Welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by virtually loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process will be suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live screen when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass door to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber, and please use the stairs. Do not use the elevator. I'd also like to highlight that there's a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We'd like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim? Yeah. Councillor Carr? Councillor Kirby Young?
Present.
Councillor Dominato?
Present.
We have Councillor Bligh in the chair. Councillor Boyle? Councillor Fry is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Montague?
Present.
Councillor Klassen?
Present.
Councillor Meisner? And Councillor Joe?
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Bligh.
Thank you very much. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. We have 8 items of business on today's agenda, 6 reports, and 2 council members' motions. We will recess for lunch at noon and reconvene at 1 p.m. And should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we'll recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6. I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. And please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments DL. Before we begin to hear from registered speakers, I would like to remind council members of the public that public individual speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes. Representative speakers may have up to 5 minutes to speak to council, and council may not ask questions of the public. Members of the public should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. And I will also note and ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we'll go through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in council meetings or public hearings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from using words, tones, speakers, or gestures that expresses a negative view of the character of any person or groups. Members of the public are expected to not engage in an improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory as outlined under Section 7.8 of the Procedure Bylaw. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by other members during a meeting is not respectful, and as chair, I'll ask the speaker to modify their language to ensure respectful language is used. As chair for the meeting, I'm suggesting that for reports with no speakers, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Reports 4 to 6 have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold reports 4 to 6 for debate or questions to staff? Seeing none. Oh, apologies. Mayor Sim? I'm going to give you.
Sorry, I wanted to make some opening comments, but not on that issue. So if you can tell me when the appropriate time is, that'd be great.
Sure. Okay, I'll finish dealing with this.
Great.
And come back.
Thank you
Very much. And Councillor Carr.
Yeah, could you hold report 5, please?
Okay. So we will be reports 4 and 6 are can be moved on consent. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on these items? Being none, we need a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in reports 4 and 6.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. I saw Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Scho. Would all those in favor say yay? Those opposed say nay. And those motions do carry. So those that have been approved on consent are item 4, provincial funding request, access to washrooms and water in Vancouver. And items report 6, contract award for Marpole Community Center construction project. So thank you very much to the staff team for working on those. We are now going to move to the first item on the agenda, which is the report. Oh, sorry, Mayor, this is a good time for you. I'm giving you mic.
Thank you very much. I do want to make a couple of comments. First of all, this morning we celebrated, or we had a proclamation for Peter Brown Day. He's a nation builder, and he's meant so much and touched the lives of so many people in the city, the province, and the country. But I do want to apologize because, and I own this, the buck stops here. We had some glitches in our system, and 3 of our councillors were not invited to that proclamation. And so, one, I do want to apologize to all 3 councillors, and I know that they are enthusiastically, incredibly excited about Peter Brown Day too. And so I do want the record to state that, it was my mistake that they didn't get invited, and they would have been here enthusiastically supporting and celebrating Peter Brown Day in the city of Vancouver. So I do apologize for that. The second thing I want to note, I will be traveling on civic business next week, but I just wanted to provide a quick note about an upcoming proclamation that will be presented this Saturday. And let's make sure everyone's invited to that proclamation. So next Wednesday, October 25th, marks 30 years since the 1993 federal election, and I'm pleased to share that the City of Vancouver will be proclaiming October 25th as Hetty Fry Day in the City of Vancouver. Now, the Honourable Hetty Fry has served as a Member of Parliament for Vancouver Centre for 3 decades and is the longest-serving female MP in Canadian history. And as we celebrate Women's History Month in Canada this October and mark the recognition of Persons Day today, I'm excited that Deputy Mayor Bligh and my colleagues on council will be presenting this proclamation to Dr. Fry on Saturday to honor a distinguished leader in the City of Vancouver and a trailblazing woman in Canada's history.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I do look forward to presenting that proclamation this weekend. So first item on the agenda is the report, Building Safer Communities Program, Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, we do have our team members here to present and have a prepared presentation, of course, for this item. So I will hand it over to you, Sandra Singh.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Mayor and Council. We are delighted to be here with you this morning. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services, to present the proposed Building Safer Communities program, the proposed youth safety strategy, as well as the proposed implementation plan. What you see before you today is the result of extensive collaboration with public sector partners, VCH, VPL, VSB, VPD, as well as the youth serving sector and youth themselves who contributed to the development of the recommendations before you today. When we received the notification that the city would receive the funding or could receive the funding from the federal government, instead of launching right into developing an open call for grants to the community, what we really wanted to do was ensure that we understood what types of interventions, what types of programs would have the greatest impact for youth and achieving these wellness and safety outcomes for youth. And so we took some time in the first year of this program to do that engagement with public partners, with the youth serving sector and with youth, so that we could really understand the strategic context for this work and maximize the likelihood that grants invested in the community would achieve the positive outcomes that we were looking for. And Lanny Libby, our planner, who will be presenting today, will share some of those activities with you. So we're very pleased to be here with you. As I mentioned, Lanny will be offering the presentation. She's joined by youth community developer Nola Charles, who will provide some insight from the perspective of the youth with whom we engaged, and as well, we're joined by colleagues from Vancouver Police Department, should you have any questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lani Libby Jimenez. I'm youth planner with the community and gender safety team with social policy. First of all, I would like to thank the young people that are joining us and our community partners. And I'm very, very grateful to have an opportunity to be in front of you, Mayor and Council, to provide an overview of the Building Safer Communities program. I want to acknowledge that the activities that are implemented through this initiative will take place on unceded traditional territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. For today's presentation, I'll provide an overview of the federal program, including the policy context, the process that we undertook for developing the strategy. I'll speak to the focus areas identified, the proposed granting program, and the next steps for project implementation. The Building Safer Communities Fund is a contribution agreement program administered by Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Canada. It's part of a funding stream that is dedicated specifically to supporting community-based gang violence prevention and intervention efforts at the local level. In BC, there are 21 municipalities currently receiving this funding, and each municipality received different base funding amounts that were established based on crime severity and population density. Last year, the city received $4.3 million over 4 years. In terms of key conditions for this program is that the funds cannot be used to pay for policing services, and there are no carryover provisions. So this means that the annual allocated amounts must be spent within each fiscal year. Municipalities have had considerable latitude in determining the vision, the direction, and approach for the violence prevention work that each city has prioritized. As part of this program, there are a number of eligible activities that we're encouraged to implement with this funding, primarily being the delivery of community-based prevention and intervention programs. However, funds can also be used for strategy development, research, information sharing, outreach, public awareness campaigns, education, network building, and sustainability planning. So when public safety approached the city, it was established early on that this program would focus primarily on youth and working with the youth serving sector and public partners. The City of Vancouver has had a long history of working and investing in children and young people, both through dedicated programs and policy strategies, most recently being the Equity Framework, the Healthy City Strategy, and particularly childcare-related policies. In the city, we do have a youth policy called the Civic Youth Strategy. It's a little outdated. It was adopted in 1995, but it is still is relevant, and it is an explicit commitment to working in partnership with youth across city departments and the larger community on issues affecting children and youth. Foundational to both previous policies and future work involving children and youth, we know we have the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child, which states that governments are in charge of making sure that children's rights are respected and that children are protected, they live in safe environments and have their voices and opinions heard in all matters that affect them. So the federal funding and the development of the youth safety and violence prevention strategy has provided the city with an opportunity to reignite and renew its approach to working with on citywide youth policy and planning in a more comprehensive way. It's been a couple of decades since the city has led a policy process of this scale related specifically to youth. So even though we have very good policies to guide our work with youth and equity-denied communities, we don't have a specific community safety plan as a city that could have been used to guide the community-based prevention work that was required under the BSCF program. So we needed to take the last year to set the parameters for the Building Safer Communities Vancouver program, including the vision, the mission, the objectives. And our first year of funding had to be dedicated primarily to community engagement and research to identify the most strategic use of these resources, given the current policy context, the state of the youth sector, the demographic trends with children and youth, particularly given the effects of the pandemic and some of the generational and cultural changes that our communities are experiencing. So we needed to do our due diligence, and frankly speaking, the city needed to reestablish their connections and relationships with the youth service sector. Through our engagement, we reached over 780 youth. We work very closely with over 40 community partners and municipal partners. Our research focused on population-based data analysis, qualitative research studies on the youth sector, and we provided 15 grants to organizations to carry out community-based research projects on evidence-based models for violence prevention programs. Centering youth voice and youth engagement has been of the utmost importance for us in this project, and I'd like to invite Nola Charles, a youth community developer, to share some insights from the youth perspective on the engagement process that has taken place so far. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Nola Charles. I am 17 years old, and I've been a youth community developer since November of 2022. Now, I applied for this role because I've always been aware of the barriers that many youth face, barriers that can contribute to youth violence, and during my role, my feelings around youth violence in the city were validated by other youth. I'd like to spend this time to talk about the community dialogues and events that we had. Each dialogue session and forum had the purpose to gain perspective on youth's experience in the city. We had to find the root causes of gang and gun violence. But before that, we noticed there were main themes brought up by youth, themes that made youth feel unsafe and isolated, which is a cause. We engaged with hundreds of youth during dialogues and forums, and I was able to facilitate several sessions with multiple youth with several diverse backgrounds and opinions of youth violence in the city. I was able to receive authentic youth engagement as a youth, and being involved in this program, I realized how many topics that affect youth's daily lives leave them out of the conversation. Now I'd like to talk about the key findings. First, community programs. There are many beneficial youth programs, but there are many gaps, such as not shared enough with youth, not culturally representing or accessible, and many community programs that have or do support youth are underfunded. Now, youth mental health. Free counseling and therapy for youth is limited, and youth who need mental health support struggle as it is not always accessible. What youth need from adults. Adults that can have authentic safe spaces within the community. Ones with open communication, understanding, positive intent, respect, and being trauma-informed. Belonging. The pandemic caused many community organizations to lose funding, and many youth are needing a sense of belonging. But the pandemic has also made youth feel isolated, and finding their sense of self or community is more difficult than before. School engagement. Youth don't always think that school is a safe space. For some youth, they may think it's the opposite. Youth need more support within school, most importantly, more spaces for them to feel safe, more counselors and youth support workers, or even anonymous spaces for youth to share their difficulties, because there is also a lack of representation within our educators and counselors. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to pass it back to Lanny.
Thank you, Nola. Building on some of the research work, in addition to looking at socio-demographic data and community-based knowledge, we wanted to have a more nuanced understanding of the experiences of violence for youth in the city. We wanted to look into the factors that affect safety, security, and belonging for children and youth. To put this into context, we know that Vancouver is home to approximately 141,000 children and youth under the age of 25. They represent 21% of the population. Vancouver's youth population is very diverse, incredibly resilient, socially engaged, and highly connected. And they're active and engaged in their communities when provided the supports needed to thrive. Based on recent data on indicators on child and youth well-being, we know that some young people are facing significant pressures due to poverty, discrimination, immigration status, and housing and affordability. Specifically looking at how youth violence shows up for children, we work very closely with the Vancouver Police Department Youth Services Unit to access local-level data on youth crime and victimization for youth under 18. Data from VPD shows that there's been an increase in youth crime, with a number of adverse police interactions in the violence category increasing significantly over the last 2 years. We also see that the number of youth victims of serious crime have remained relatively steady, but we know that a lot of crime goes underreported and not all crimes result in individuals charged. With regards to weapons violations, Statistics Canada show that charges have been very low for some time. However, anecdotally and based on our dialogues with youth, we know that weapons continue to be quite present in schools, contributing to a culture of fear and violence among young people, particularly those that are facing bullying. With regards to victimization, crime stats show that violence impacts some equity-denied groups more than others, with youth from Indigenous, Middle Eastern, and Latino communities being more likely to be victims of violence than the general population. We know that based on the report of National Inquiry of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, sexual violence and sexual exploitation continues to be a very hard reality for the community. And with the pandemic, the Vancouver-based numbers and incidents of child pornography rose sharply, and this contributes to concerns of online child sexual exploitation and cyberbullying. Arguably, some of the increases that we're seeing are connected to more children staying at home and with reduced access to their usually community-based safeguards. Bullying continues to be a significant issue among youth, and looking at the data from the YDI and the MDI, a concerning trend that we're seeing is that among grade 6 students in Vancouver, the rates of bullying across the board are getting worse. And not only that, but children in the middle years are reporting bullying incidents at least monthly at a double the rate of that of what teenagers are reporting. With regards to neighborhood safety, youth feel less safe in the neighborhood at night and on public spaces. From our community dialogues, we heard that young people are not feeling connected to the local communities, and there's an acknowledgement that the pandemic really fractured the youth community sense of belonging because of the absence of community youth programs, the shift to remote learning, and lack of opportunities for in-person social connection, as well as the lack of trusted adults and young people's social networks. So hearing from our community engagement and looking at the research, 4 key messages are very clear. Children and youth well-being indicators are not trending on the right direction, not only in relation to safety and security, but also overall social emotional development, belonging, mental well-being, and physical well-being. We know that the youth service sector is a powerful tool and resource to foster healthy development of children and youth. However, since COVID, the sector is highly fragmented and is currently focused on reestablishing and stabilizing resources and programming. So in order for us to work with them to provide programs that can help us address youth violence, we need to support sector capacity building. We heard that in order to effectively address the root causes of violence, it is important to address inequities in the social determinants of health, and also that we need to have a broader understanding of issues of youth violence to include racism, lateral violence, systemic violence, bullying, stigmatization, And this is important because we know gang violence is a symptom of underlying issues impacting youth related to issues of belonging, social connection, access to power, economic opportunities, and experiences of oppression, among others. So having resources from the federal government to focus on issues around youth violence and community engagement is certainly well received for the sector. But given that this is a time-limited contribution for 4 years, an important decision point for us was to think about how we position this initiative and think about the work that we have to do as a city around youth violence prevention, given, one, the funding, and two, the fact that there are other stakeholders that are involved in doing community safety and youth violence prevention work. We have the provincial government, we have VPD, we have CFSU, which is the Combined Forces Special Enforcement, and we also have nonprofit service providers. So it was useful for us to think about youth violence prevention along a continuum of potential ways to address and intervene, recognizing that there can be both upstream and downstream approaches to do the work. Strategically, we're proposing that the majority of activities that we carry out through the program are focused on upstream early violence prevention. This way, we can focus on citywide programming and working with communities to identify and prioritize risks before crime occurs. We want to work with partners to prevent violence before it takes place by targeting working with young people with specific communities. And we want to work with our stakeholders to promote and enhance the protective factors at the community level. As you can see, the youth sector ecosystem is very complex, and there's a multitude of programs and systems in place that are meant to support young people. So having a specific focus on early violence prevention, where we work in alignment with our public partners and youth service providers to meet the service needs of children and youth, is very important. And we know that community-based upstream violence prevention programs are currently a service gap in the sector. So as a city, we're going to play a convening role through the Building Safer Communities program. We want to continue to promote the importance of youth engagement in civic matters and services. And we want to think about how we can support youth within our respective municipal institutions and areas of work. So to achieve a vision for a safer Vancouver where youth feel supported, connected, healthy, and free of violence, the strategy identifies 5 focus areas that are centered on community-based level protective factors that are positive influence, that improve safety, and that decrease the likelihood of youth violence. The strategy is grounded on a life course approach, which promotes understanding of children and youth needs, experiences of safety along developmental stages of early childhood, middle years, adolescence, and transition to adulthood. Our strategy is specifically focused on middle years and adolescence. In the strategy, each focus area has a series of priorities that require investment, attention, and collective action across sectors. Our first focus area looks at creating safer and protective community environments and public spaces for youth. We know that cities can significantly influence and shape the environments that children and youth grow up in and experience on a daily basis. And safe and protective spaces, children and youth can express themselves and feel confident that they will not be exposed to any type of physical or emotional harm. These spaces can accommodate the needs of racialized youth, especially those that are vulnerable to marginalization or violence. Well, priorities for this focus area include looking at structured and unstructured spaces for youth, safety in public spaces and public transportation, aligning community-based supports to schools, community centers, and libraries, and enhancing and promoting youth decision-making and in governance. Our second focus area looks at identifying and strengthening community-based supports for healthy child development in the middle years. Children between the ages of 6 and 12 are a critical developmental stage in which the experiences that they go through set a foundation for the habits, perceptions, and attitudes that they'll have for a lifetime. As a society and as a city, we're not proactively planning to support middle childhood. And we heard over and over again that this stage is super important when looking at the prevention of youth violence, because it is during this stage that children start displaying those risk factors that are associated to youth violence. Our third focus area looks at the coordination of positive youth development services and programs. Positive youth development programs strengthen young people's sense of identity, belief in the future, self-regulation, and self-efficacy. Because of the pandemic, a lot of these types of programs were put on hold, and the sector is slowly trying to reestablish these opportunities for children and youth. We hope to, through this strategy, to support planning and coordination, to enhance and targeted and identity-specific strategies and programs. We want to contribute to capacity building of the sector, and we want to promote youth development through arts, sports, recreation, and community participation. Our fourth focus area is connecting youth with caring adults. Sounds like a no-brainer, that should be something that should be available for children and youth, but believe it or not, this is something that came up from our youth dialogues, very important to young people. We know that youth develop and grow in environments of relationships, and the presence of caring adults can positively influence someone's life and promote resiliency and healthy development. Positive adult models are an important source of mentorship, advice, non-judgmental listening. As part of this focus area, we want to raise the awareness of and importance of caring and supportive youth relationships. We want to emphasize the importance of intergenerational and mentorship programs, and we want to support those that are currently delivering these programs in the youth sector through staff development, capacity, and recognition. Our fifth focus area looks at lessening the impacts of serious violence and crimes on children and youth. Unfortunately, there are many instances where children and youth are impacted by serious violence and crime as victims, offenders, and witnesses. And this can have profound traumatic impacts on both the individual and the community in the short and long term. So through this focus area, we want to address the impacts of adverse childhood experiences, reduce the risk, harm, criminality of future victimization. We want to also work with youth, providing support for youth that are particularly impacted by cyberbullying, sexual exploitation, and youth gang involvement. So to support the implementation of the strategy, the city will be administering proposing to administering the Building Safer Communities Grant Program over the next 3 years. $2.7 million are being proposed to be allocated through 3 grantee streams that will support youth action projects, capacity building of the sector, and the delivery of early violence prevention program. Youth engagement and capacity building grants will be smaller annual project grants, and the majority of the funding will go towards large-scale, multi-year programs that can deliver citywide prevention programs that address community-level risk factors associated with youth violence and that are informed by evidence-based approaches. In addition to the administration of grants, our proposed implementation plan includes convening planning tables, facilitating network building and sector development efforts. We will continue to incorporate youth violence and action planning through our youth engagement program. And working with our academic and community partners, we hope to build a research monitoring and outcome-based evaluation process to assess the impact of this work as it evolves over the next 3 years. In the council report, you have an actual detail as well as a breakdown of the proposed annual allocation of resources for each program element. To conclude, we also want to point out that, with funding available until March 2026, we are looking now we're going to be looking at the findings from our outcome evaluation program that will inform the sustainability plan that will include the recommendations for what are the specific pieces that will be continued past 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lanny.
Yeah.
So we will now go to questions of staff, and I see Councillor Meisner, you're first up on the queue.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation and all the work on the initiative. I had a few questions. I know we're at an early stage here, but I did note one of the outcomes that you would like to see is safety in public spaces and public transportation. And I was just wondering how we envision the funding keeping people safer on transit, for example.
I think we are on early stages. We're working with our active transportation team within engineering to determine and establish what are types of the programs that are needed on the community to strengthen young people's sense of safety in public transit, and also with relation to traffic in the local communities. So we hope to see initiatives that build that sense of safety and confidence among young people, but also raise awareness at a broader community level and neighborhood level of, that consider the concerns that the children and youth are facing. So we are in preliminary discussions with active transportation folks.
And Councillor, maybe one additional piece is that one of the utilities of the strategic framework is it also provides priority guidance to other public partners that can inform their own planning and their own service delivery. So we don't expect this limited grant program to address every single priority, but rather this sets up a strategic framework that can inform all of the public sector.
Is that something that TransLink is doing already? Are we aware of any work that TransLink's doing on that?
We know that the Metro Vancouver Police Department is doing some community-based programming, and we'll be having discussions over the next few months about how we can align our efforts.
Okay. Do you mean Metro Vancouver Transit Police?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you,
great.
Councillor.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks for clarifying. I noted Stream 2 is $850,000 in year 1 and 2. And it's great that you're looking at multi-year funding for that consistency and the ability to make like a bigger impact. I'm curious, roughly how many organizations are you anticipating would make up that $875,000 a year? 10 organizations, or is it more?
Yes, Councillor, we're looking about 6 to 8 grants of approximately $300,000 to $400,000 over 3 years, because we're looking at large-scale citywide interventions.
Okay, okay, that's great. And then the other question, this is like a bigger question, but it's great we got this funding, $4.2 million from the federal government, but it runs out in March 2026. What's our kind of thoughts at this early stage as to keeping that going, or you know, the possibility of getting additional funding?
So yeah, I think we're in preliminary stages. Sustainability planning is one of the key activities that are funded through this program. We will be looking at our outcomes evaluation framework to assess what works, to see what is going to have a big impact on the community. Based on that, we'll come back to council to present a sustainability plan that, you know, would include anything from asking the federal government for continuation of funding. We can look at the reallocation of internal funds and grants within social policy grants. We can see how we can realign our internal resources. But also we are hoping that through our sector building and capacity and network building work, organizations can also be positioned to articulate and develop programs that they can themselves seek funding for. More kind of organic approach to sustainability.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
So your questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Meisner asked the first question I had on my list, which was around public transit. How are we working with TransLink? I mean, and especially I'm thinking not just on the buses, but the report identified bus shelters and as places that can be risky.
Yes, again, we are preliminary discussions. Through our engagement process, we found out that this is a big priority. We heard loud and clear that traffic is a significant stressor for children, and young people do not feel safe in public transit. So we're going to start having those discussions with other orders of government, working with our active transportation folks in aligning our initiatives to see what we can do together with other orders of government.
Wilma Clark here. I'm the Assistant Director for Social Policy. I'd like to add a little bit to that. As you know, a number of our strategies are interrelated. On our accessibility strategy, the issue of transportation and safety also came up, and it came up specifically around youth in the accessibility strategy as well. Part of our accessibility strategy, one of our focus areas is advocacy with other public partners, other orders of government. So some of the work we've done through that is to meet with TransLink and the Ministry of Transportation, along with our Director of Transportation, Paul Storer, here in the city. And we have raised these issues with TransLink. We've actually shared with them the outcome of our public engagement that related to accessibility for TransLink, particularly pertaining to persons with disabilities and youth.
Okay, well, that's good, because we, hopefully, given the climate crisis, we want to be raising a generation that is not reliant on personal cars and instead loves transit. So, yeah, I think this is an important issue that you're tackling. In terms of, early childhood, you identified that there are times when, there's a time period when youth are really at risk. And so I'm wondering what work you're doing within the school system to identify factors that put youth particularly at risk. And I'm going to just segue and include in that, I see a lot of parallels. I've done work with Moms Stop the Harm around youth who end up becoming addicted to opioids or other drugs and lose their lives. And risk factors include things like early identification of learning disabilities or any other thing that might put youth in a space of feeling isolated from their peers. So what are the programs or what are the support mechanisms around that?
Yeah, the Vancouver School Board through the community schools team was a key partner in developing the strategy, and something that we heard from them is that having community-based supports that are aligned and attached to the school, in addition to the supports and resources and programs that they run within the school system, is of the utmost importance. Because what they want to see is when they identify those risk factors, learning disabilities, substance use, at the individual level, lack of connection to community, kind of negative prosocial behavior, they want to be able to redirect and bring the supports to young people, because a lot of times the school might not have all the resources or the capacity to deliver that. So that's one. A focus on middle years is super important. And we heard over and over again that our colleagues in the public education system are able to start identifying those risk factors early on and being able to intervene and prevent and connect children and youth to supports to address the needs that they're facing is very important, not only within the school, but outside of the school context.
Right. Okay, that's good. And lots of programs that could provide peer support and support of adults. Would be fantastic. Third sort of theme I have in my head is really around social media. I mean, it's clear to me that with the pandemic, everybody was left more isolated. The use of social media increased. It's a ripe platform for bullying and all sorts of other things. I mean, so how do we tackle that one? Because it's so pervasive in our society that, I've seen
Councillor Carr, I'll just direct you to, because there's only 20 seconds left for a very big question.
Absolutely. Social media can be, it's a double-edged sword, right? It can be a tool for reaching out a large audience, but also we are seeing, particularly in relation to our strategy concerning trends with regards to cyberbullying and the online sexual exploitation of children and youth. We hear from our...
Sorry.
Okay.
That is the time.
Yeah.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for this work and the huge number of people who contributed to it. I think most of my questions will likely be addressed by all of the speakers that we have signed up, but I'm curious to hear what we have learned and what we can do as the city in terms of better incorporating youth perspectives and youth voices into the whole range of work that we do that impacts youth. And in particular, I'm thinking about the stat that came up in one of the presentations on this report that 51% of youth identified eco-anxiety as something they face. And so I'm interested in knowing what staff are looking at in terms of incorporating youth voices, both into our own climate plans and into the speed and urgency at which we tackle the issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, absolutely. Eco-anxiety is a big stressor. Is contributing to the mental well-being of children and youth, because it's a very important issue that youth care about. As a city, we need to resource and support the participation of young people so that they can be part of the planning and policy processes and taking actions on the initiatives that the city can implement. Absolutely bringing this back to our colleagues within the sustainability department and providing that youth perspective, so that any interventions or programs that we set up reflect the needs of children and youth is very important. So we need to elevate youth voice. We need to resource youth voice. We need to make sure that our materials, our resources are youth-friendly, and that we could provide direct opportunities for young people to contribute and have input on topics that are important to them, such as climate action.
Okay, so part of this team's work and the strategy will be to make those connections with, for instance, the Sustainability Office?
Yes, yes, because I think, as I mentioned, we want to, as we do this work, we want to emphasize the importance of youth engagement. Youth engagement in decision-making is prevention. So we need to model that, and we need to be able to do that internally within our respective mandates.
Great. I have the same question for housing because, of course, housing stability and income stability are issues that I hear from a lot of young people, including my own 19-year-old who threatens to live with us forever. So wondering what more we can do to be making sure those voices, we don't hear from a lot of youth in public hearings, for instance. What can we do to make systemic changes that make sure those voices, we're not expecting to hear from those voices at public hearing, we're hearing from them much further upstream?
Yes, Councillor, and we are being supported currently through Vancouver Coastal Health, a small grant to facilitate a series of discussions with city staff that work directly with youth in different public institutions to answer that question precisely. So we hope to have those opportunities to see how we can embed youth voice and youth engagement within our respective work, given the mandates that we have in each of our public institutions and departments.
Great. And my last question on the same theme is about the budget. What can we be doing, the budget and how we allocate public funding and our priorities is such a key piece of city building work for current and future residents. What do we currently do, or what can we be doing better in the future to make sure that youth voices are heard in that process?
Budget questions?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yeah, I think this is one of those discussions that we need to have with our internal department, comms department, who does undertake the engagement with in relation to the budget. And similar to the work with the VCH grant, to having some dialogue around how do we build youth into the various processes. That budget consultation process is one of them.
Okay, but that's not work that staff need direction from council on. That's work that's already clearly embedded in the learnings from the project. Great. Okay, I really appreciate all the work.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. Great. Thanks. Just going through some of the information, I wanted to ask, firstly, of the 4.3 million that we have been granted on this one to allocate, how much was the initial consultation cost? I think if I'm reading the slides correctly, it was about $430,000. Is that correct?
So $420,000 was the annual allocation for year one. As part of those funds, we some of the funding went towards establishing a project implementation team, meaning we have 2 staff positions funded through this stream. We had $150,000 going towards grants, community-based research grants to understand the evidence-based prevention work at a community level. We have approximately, we hired 2 consultants, Councillor, to support the research and policy development, and we had some resources to support engagement, around $50,000 to support the community dialogues, including 2 citywide forums, one for youth between the ages of 13 to 18, and a middle years forum of children.
I've got only, thank you very much. In the slides, you identify the idea that that after this funding runs out, that we may consider carving out grants from our current social services budget. What would we have to cut as a result of carving out those grants, do you think?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, anytime that that a decision is made around kind of focusing in on a particular community or support strategic partnership in the community, we do have to look at other we do have to look at funding sources. Council has a number of options when that happens. They can, through the annual budget process, they could increase or designate a specific budget. They could direct staff to prioritize a particular community in granting. Council recently passed a motion around South Vancouver directing us to look at grants to South Van Neighborhood House. Very similar.
Okay, thanks, Sandra. I see in the areas specifically around bullying, potential sexual exploitation, and gang violence. Are we engaging with the Vancouver Police Department in with regards to responding to some of those areas?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Robillard. I'm a sergeant with the Vancouver Police. I currently work in the youth services section. I've been involved with this committee since the beginning, so if you have any questions, feel free.
Okay. Good, thanks very much. With regards to engaging with the Vancouver School Board, sorry, I think you answered my question.
Okay.
It sounds like some work is going on. What kind of efforts are happening in collaboration with the Vancouver School Board?
We're working closely together with the community school team to look at how we can strengthen and support community-based supports to existing school programming out of the school during the out-of-school hours.
What is the, ideally in 2026, when the funding runs out to this, that we built something sustainable? I heard you say that after the evaluation, we'll have to see what works, but by that time we'd burn through $4 million. And I'm just wondering if we could actually have something that would sustain after that time period without having to go continuously back for the funding. We've got about a minute on that.
Sandra, do you want to answer that?
Councillor, I think at this point, what we know is, and what we anticipate is that the network and the community building within the youth services sector will be sustained past this grant, and then any further investments we would need to look at the time.
Okay. Mentorship seems to be a very important part of this engagement with adult figures. I've only got 20 seconds left, but I have programs like Big Brothers and Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Clubs, other types of programs like that allow that kind of connection been considered?
Yes, absolutely. They're a primary focus of this work, because we know mentorship and intergenerational programming need to be essential elements of the programs that we have in place in community.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. It's great to see everybody here today. And thanks for the work. There's a lot in here. I guess I have a couple of questions, and this one's for Lanny, based on your presentation. And the first one is, there's a lot in here, and even looking at the priorities, there's 5 of them. If you had to zero in and focus on what, based on being immersed in this work, what you felt was most important, what's the 1 or 2 things you would pick?
Wow, that's a big question. I think we need to work with children in the middle years. Absolutely, there's a service gap in there. We direct our attention to that, as well as positive youth development programs, because we don't have those core foundational supports currently in place for children and youth. We do have some funding and resources coming to the kind of downstream and for youth that are experiencing kind of complex needs in the sector. But those upstream interventions and foundational programs that were in place prior to the pandemic are no longer there. So I would personally look at those 2 focus areas.
Okay. On that note, who do you think was doing that well? Can you give us an example of a program that you think touches on the upstream or the middle youth?
A lot of youth organizations. We did a study, Councillor, on number of youth serving organizations, and we have about 195 youth organizations that say that they're providing services to children and youth. But we know that we're looking at organizations that have capacity to scale, to have a big impact, to provide citywide programs, and there's some of them.
Can I jump in just because I have limited time? And 195 is a lot, and I know you said you're looking at narrowing it down with capacity, but if you don't want to name an organization, could you give us a specific example of a type of program that you think is an effective?
Yes, I think we need to look at place-based organizations that have elements of intergenerational and mentorship elements aligning their programming. We need to look at organizations that are able to provide life skills as well as have the capacity to do de-escalation, restorative approaches to conflict resolution. We need to have organizations that can build the capacity of young people to respond to conflict more proactively and that can also work in partnership with other
Can I fit in one
services.
more? I just want to fit in one more question. The other one is in the 5 priorities, because I understand the money can be used for operational but not capital. But can you explain to me how 1 and 2 can be achieved in terms of environment and spaces for youth? For example, like the physical spaces, if we can only use this for operations?
So not everything that we put forward on the strategy has to be supported through grants. We hope to use advocacy, working with our colleagues at a planning level, and using best practices of, designing spaces for children and youth. So grants is only one of many tools that we can use to act on the priorities that are included in the strategy.
Okay, so following up on that, say, for example, if I look at create safer and protective community environments and public spaces for youth, you talked about particularly transit, but that could be public plazas, the city's invested in those. Have we engaged yet, for example, with our streets and engineering team, or talked about how that work can align with some of what they are doing?
Yes, Councillor, we're having preliminary conversations. We're bringing this strategy to them to see what are our opportunities for alignment, because we know that these are issues that both of our plans have brought up.
Okay, so, and which are the,
Sorry, I just wanted to add one piece, that Spaces for Youth isn't only about creating new physical space, it's about utilizing our current spaces differently and recognizing that for some youth, it's about cultural safety and psychological safety. So how can we work together to ensure that our current spaces are accessible to youth and welcoming to youth, particularly youth from equity denied experiences. So it doesn't have to be new space.
I appreciate that. Could you give us an example of an adjustment or a change?
Sure. I think the intergenerational piece of it is really important, the mentoring piece. I remember being at a session.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
I
know I'm
was
limited
remember
for time. I
being.
guess I'm asking in terms of the actual space.
Yeah, so I was at a session where youth talked about feeling welcome in the space based on the adults that were in the space and how those adults approached them and worked with them and the safety they felt with the adults in the room. So even who we have in the room as adults is an important factor for the sense of safety that children and youth feel.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions. Appreciate all of the questions so far, and many have addressed my thoughts as well. But I just wondered, there's a lot of folks in our city, residents in our city, who are struggling, and we often talk about going upstream to support programs, and as we're talking about here, youth, to support them in a positive way, to ensure that they have the same opportunities, or at least the supports required in order to live a healthy, life overall, be supported in family and community. It strikes me that one of the critical roles in that is education and health. So can you help us understand more about what conversations are happening in sort of a significant way with the province to make sure that a lot of the work that we've done and research and what have you is being fed back to the province as a key partner in sort of the overall objective of this strategy?
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Yes, I think once, depending on today's result, our next steps is to start establishing connections and bringing the priorities and the focus areas and the themes and issues that young people have brought up, bringing it to other orders of government to see how we can support youth that are struggling. Both, we are working with the Solicitor General's office because they have some network building for specific looking at human trafficking and sexual exploitation. They provide some services related to sexual exploitation of children and youth. So how we can align our resources so that the needs of young people are met. Those are conversations that we're still yet to have, pending the adoption of the strategy.
Right, and the other thing that we've done is that we're working very closely with the other Lower Mainland municipalities that have also received funding. And so there's a network that meets very regularly. And so I think what's going to be really impactful is for all of us together to take those themes and have that interaction with the provincial government so that they can see the impact along the Lower Mainland overall and in other parts of the province as well.
Okay, that's really helpful and a segue to my second question, which is, are we aware of second rounds of funding coming through this type of program from the federal government?
Some municipalities in the Lower Mainland have received second rounds of similar funding. The name of the funding stream tends to change every 4 years, but it is possible that there will be another round of funding after 2026.
So the fund changes names after every 4 years, which we can probably understand why that is.
Yeah.
How long has this funding stream been in existence under different names?
What I know for sure is about since 2018, I think.
Okay, so we
So,
haven't
like,
really
one
gone
round
through
before-
every 4
yeah.
years yet. Okay, so just once. Okay, all right. I think that the second round of funding, yeah, okay. I think that's all for now, and we'll move to speakers. Thanks so much for your answers to all of the questions. So we will move on now to hearing from speakers. We do have a number of registered speakers, many of whom are in person today. So speakers who pre-registered with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight delay. To navigate through the slides of your presentation, please say next so that the clerk may advance your slides. And so we will move to our first speaker, who is registered speaker in person, and that is Almis Abu Shakra.
Good morning, esteemed members of this council and mayor. My name is Almas Abu Shakra, and I am in favor of the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. I stand before you not as a victim, but as a voice representing a future that is yet unmarred by the horrors of violence. I'm both grateful and privileged to say that I, as a teenager, have not experienced rape, assault, or any such tragedy in this city, yet. As a girl on the brink of university, I feel unsafe in one of the most livable cities in the world, to the point where last week I had to take a self-defense class. I was shocked to see almost 100 girls there who shared the same fears and concerns as me. I don't possess a heartbreaking story to move this council today, but I stand before you with the awareness that my circumstances could change, a change informed by recent concerning statistics. A distressing percentage of youth in Vancouver will experience violence and homelessness before they turn 18. This number has surged dramatically over the years, painting a grim picture of the future that awaits our city's youth, including myself. This strategy aims to address and prevent the root causes of youth violence, empowering young students to take responsibility and develop long-term solutions that implement safe spaces in the city. In my language, there's a saying, it's better to invest a penny in prevention than thousands in treatment. We have a choice, to usher in a dawn where our children's safety is prioritized, or continue to solely budget treatment facilities that help only after crimes are committed. By prioritizing prevention, we're not just averting crimes, but nurturing a generation unshackled from trauma, their potentials unhindered. Each dollar allocated to this preventative approach is an investment in a future where youth are in charge of their own safety, where support and potential are given to prevent rather than treat violence. I implore you, esteemed council, let us not be a city that waits for its children to bear scars before we rise to action. We are more than just statistics waiting to happen. This strategy humanizes and advocates for a plan to decrease the demoralizing numbers we see today. Today, I'm not a statistic. I'm not a victim. But I refuse to wait until violence darkens my doorstep or that of my peers to stand against it. Together, let's change our city for the better with the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy and watch a generation thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to our second registered speaker, Katie Manning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Manning, and I'm here today as a representative from the KidSafe Project, a local nonprofit that is proud to be supporting our city's most at-risk children and youth for going on 30 years. I and we at KidSafe are here to say that we are in approval for the youth violence and safety prevention strategy brought forth today. I'm here today to share a bit about our community sector work over the last few years and bring forth some preliminary findings from KidSafe's research grant, which was so kindly granted from the City of Vancouver through the Building Safer Communities Fund. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank Lanny and her colleagues in the sector for bringing this work forward. It has had immense impact on us in community, and I truly thank you. It's been wonderful. Okay, now to the fun bits. There are some important key factors and findings that particularly stand out within the findings of the City of Vancouver's report that I've read a few times, as well as it aligns with the KidSafe's research findings thus far, i.e. the keywords like caring adults, middle years, the ACEs scales, teaching them life skills, intergenerational trauma support, and proactive steps. I'm going to focus on a few of those points here. 1, middle years matter majorly. When I was originally asked regarding youth violence prevention strategies, I said the answer can be quite simple. You need to start at the beginning, not just at 16 or 18, not at that tough fork in the road. That's reactive support. We need proactive support. We need to build in proactive steps and structures to be able to enhance the kids' tools for their life toolbox. This is alongside essential needs like education, nutrition, safe housing. This is in reflection to the ACEs scale, which I'm in favor of, that everybody learns more about the ACEs scale in today's world. This would be supporting proactive steps to minimize the potential for a rougher go and a higher rating on that scale for all of our city's youth. It's known in evidence-based knowledge that the child's first years, the first 5 years, that there are key areas that we need to focus on for their healthy development. Connecting, caring, trusting adult relationships, talking, interactions with trusting, caring adults, playing, creativity, a healthy home, and community. This is known, but it is sort of stops when these kids get to the middle years. And I am here to say we need to bring that model forth through the middle years as well. What can we do? It's really simple again. It's more of the serve and return model. We just help these kids, teach them perhaps what they're not getting taught at home, perhaps that the trusted caring adults are in the programs instead of at home, or on the streets is where they learn these lessons from. You don't know where kids learn, but they're constantly watching. 100% of our kids at KidSafe said that KidSafe was part of their community. Once we explained what community was, they said that their trusted adults were with us. They said that their safe place when schools were closed were at KidSafe. And this is quite impactful when you look at the demographic of children that we work with. These are the kids that tend to fall within the cracks of support, or perhaps they're not accepted within other programs or community centers for big behaviors.
That is your time.
Oh, I thought I had 5 minutes.
Yeah, I actually thought that as well. So let me just check with the clerk.
Oh, okay. I can.
Because you're representing KidSafe, right? Yeah. Oh, you need to have 3 other people here with you? Okay, great. If they can just wave their hand. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Please continue.
We also have our researcher, Dr. Stephanie Glick, who is writing our paper here.
Excellent. Okay, well, and I'll give you back 40 seconds.
Okay, no problem. I'll talk faster. It's quite impactful when you look at the demographic that we work with here at KidSafe. These kids tend to fall within the cracks of support, or perhaps they're not accepted within our programs for their big behaviors. I find it quite fascinating that once you set up a team to look at those behaviors differently, magic happens. These kids become successful. At KidSafe and beyond, there's a butterfly effect when you set up these children for success. It's not just in KidSafe, it's in school too. There's stats about all of this as well. It's a beautiful butterfly effect. Point 2, our kids want to learn more earlier. We have listened to many kids' voices at the Junior Youth Forum, at our programs, and just across the city. Advisory committees, I could go on and on. There are top 3 areas in this portfolio to note today. 1, transit safety education. I did a transit safety education for our youth. It was fascinating. I'll talk more about that offline because I'm on minutes. They want to feel safe when they're going to and from their home into school. We know this. 2, substance abuse knowledge, so they can be more prepared for high school. They want to learn this before high school because it's their reality in grade 6 and 7s. 3, they want to know street smarts, online safety, and self-defense. This is a huge crisis all in itself. Everyone in this room is very aware of it, but the children are asking to learn before high school in these important subjects. Point 3, we know of a 2-year learning gap for kids thanks to COVID, but it's not just in academics or mental health. It's in social emotional learning areas too. It's in group dynamics at the programs, inability to be successful in historic set group ratios. It's seen in sidewalk safety and communication skills, and a lot of children simply don't know how to swim. There's water safety to consider now. There's a lot of basic life steps that these kids are 2 years behind on. At KidSafe, we have had to rechange our ratio from 1 to 10 adults to 1 to 5. That's doubling our staff. It's bringing success to the children, and they have enough caring adults around them to be successful, but that is the reality we're facing.
Thank you very much.
Is that it?
That is your time. Yes, thank you for being here, and to those with KidSafe that are here with you today. We're going to move to speaker number 3, Maeve Sheen.
My name is Maeve Sheen, and I am for the strategy. I will never forget the look on my brother's face, emotionless, stiff, even slightly humored, when he told me that a man had held a knife to his neck at the commercial Broadway SkyTrain station, my 14-year-old brother. I stared at him, let out a laugh, and dryly told him, it happens to everyone in Vancouver. After all, I was merely 13 when I looked at the barrel of a gun pointed towards my chest as someone no more than a meter away threatened to shoot. I thought that it was normal, an experience that everyone goes through. I will never forget the gut-wrenching, vomit-inducing guilt that washed over me when I found out that I dropped him off at the SkyTrain station that day. And I told him that he couldn't come with me to the next stop as I was meeting my friends. I will never forget the way that I wish I could go back and tell him not to go. I wish that I protected my brother, the little boy that I know, the boy who I would stay up extra late with, making up horrible jokes and stories, the boy who would leave Hot Wheels on the carpet, and the boy who lives 2 doors down from me in the same house. The more I ponder and reflect, the more I realize that one day he will not be that little boy. I will not be his protector. I will not live in the same house as him. I will have to watch from afar as he morphs his little Hot Wheels into his dreams of being a race car driver. He may not be one for physical contact, but when I get the chance, I hug him, squeeze him a little tighter in an attempt to shrink us back a couple years to when he would walk around the house in his Lightning McQueen pajama pants, to when he would give me the biggest toothy grins, to when I wasn't scared of what would happen to him in Vancouver, to when I would have been right by his side at the SkyTrain station that day. I will never forget the way that I stand in front of you today, not as a number, a statistic, or merely Maeve Sheen. I stand in front of you as a sibling to a young boy who I know holds the potential to be the greatest NASCAR driver the world has seen. I ask that you allow youth the opportunity to pursue their dreams without fear, without violence, without a knife to their neck, whether this be physical or mental. I hope that rather than prying my brother out of my firm grasp, you gently allow me to release my hands and trust Vancouver to treat him with the kindness he deserves by implicating a youth anti-violence strategy. One day, I will say my goodbyes to Vancouver, leaving my brother in your care, and I will be sure of one thing. I will never forget the way that I feel knowing that this motion is supported by the City of Vancouver, knowing that all the siblings who once clung so tight to their protection can now let go, knowing that I will be able to see the youth of Vancouver can accomplish their dreams without any barriers, knowing that one day I will sit beside a NASCAR racetrack and thank you for keeping my brother safe.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. We'll move to speaker number 4, Carly Ways.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. My name is Carly Ways, and I support this strategy. When I was 9 years old, I was sexually assaulted by my school gym teacher. I, among several other girls at my school, was taken advantage of by a school employee. Someone had so much power and authority over me. And because of my age, no one believed me. This harassment continued over the following 4 years up until June of 2019 when I graduated and left the school. I never stopped trying to tell my school's administration about what he had done to me, but my story was continuously ignored and denied. My principal looked me directly in the eye and told me, "Carly, it's not funny to joke about something like that." and that my teacher was just doing his job. This is why youth prevention strategies are so important in this city. A highly respected teacher assaulted me and suffered absolutely no repercussions for it. The support that this strategy will provide would have been life-saving for the little girl who cried herself to sleep every night knowing that she would have to go to school the next day and see the face of the man who touched her every single day until she graduated. I wish that I could go back and be stronger, and I wish that I could go back and fight, but that's what I'm doing today. I'm fighting not only for myself, but for every child in this city who feels as though their voice is not heard because of their age and that they cannot stand up for themselves. Because I was so young, not a single person believed me, and I had no support. I had no one to talk to, and therefore no opportunity to heal. My childhood, innocence, safety, and trust were stolen from me that day, and in the simplest terms, I was not safe. I now direct my message to all the parents present here today. I was 9 years old when I was first assaulted by my teacher, and 13 when it ended. When my parents enrolled me in that school, they never thought that their daughter would come home crying because she had been sexually assaulted by a teacher. I was 9. I didn't know my times tables, but I knew what sexual assault felt like. I ask that every one of you take the time to consider the impacts on Vancouver youth that this strategy will provide. No child deserves to feel the way that I did. No child should go to school in fear. Our schools are designed to be safe and a space for growth, learning, and joy. Instead, for 4 years, I purposely would injure myself or make up any excuse I could just so that I could be excused from gym class and not have to face the man who stole my childhood. Parents, do not let this happen to your children. This strategy will provide youth with access to vital support and caring adults. That support is something that I would have given anything to have those years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from speaker number 5, Chung Wen Lam.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Asher Chongwen Lam. I'm a member of the Youth Reference Group, and today I speak in support of the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. First of all, I would like to share with you a true story of my friend, and you will know the importance of this strategy, which plays a crucial role in shaping a safe environment for teenagers, free of discrimination for youngsters like you and me. Last year, I met a bright and cheerful student who came to Canada and joined our school. He had once faced a challenging situation due to his ethnicity. In the beginning, my friend's classmates were curious and eager to hear stories of his hometown. It is a great example of how we can share our experiences across nations. He thrived in this environment and became more confident as he spoke more and more with us. However, as time went by, a distressing turn of events occurred. Some elder students began to mock his accent and thought it was funny to mimic his way of speaking in a harmful manner. Laughter echoed in the hallways, and he, who was once a vibrant and full of life, began to hide himself in a shell of shyness and insecurity. The impact of people harassing him was profound. He was hesitant to speak in class, and his self-esteem decreased as his once bright spirit dimmed. Something was amiss with my acquaintance who had become quiet and reserved. I must do something. I spoke with him individually with a view to cheering him up. Luckily, after several rounds of private conversations, my support seemed to have a profound effect on him. He decided to ignore the jeers and comments. With the flame in him relit once more, he began to rebuild his self-esteem, and he participated more actively in class discussions and ignored others who laughed at him. As his friend, I witnessed his growth and resilience and was deeply moved. I learned that our differences are something to be cherished and celebrated, not mocked. Also, I saw firsthand how harmful verbal bullying can wreck individuals, once again reaffirming my trust towards the youth safety and violence prevention strategy in preventing such events from happening. Any kind of violence, for example, verbal bullying in the story, should not be tolerated. It ensures that our school remains a place where every student can thrive, regardless of his or her cultural background. It proves that with empathy, support, and the right strategy, we can create an environment where every voice is heard, differences are celebrated, and all students can flourish with a fear of discrimination and mockery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. Thank you for coming to speak to council. We're going to move to speaker number 6, who is here in person, Mary Lou Gita.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Lugita, and I'm in favor of the strategy. I'm strongly in favor of the strategy because throughout the multiple activities we hosted during my time as a youth community developer in the Building Safer Community program, I had a chance to witness firsthand the positive impact that this strategy will have on the youth of Vancouver. One of our most impactful activity, personally, was the Youth Violence Prevention Forum that we hosted. We had the chance to hear and discuss about what the youth experienced and what they had to say. And they had a lot to say, mostly because violence is a very present topic in the life of youth, as a joke, a threat, or a trend, especially a school and gang-related type, but also because before our forum, the majority of the youth never had the chance to discuss such an important topic with professionals, with authority figures and adults that seriously wanted to help. The feedback we got from the event is how much the youth appreciated the event, because they have never had the chance to assist one of the genre. So I'm asking you, thinking of my deceased friend, thinking of my deceased family members, thinking of the kids, the siblings, the friends, the partners, and the students that have been mentally and physically affected by youth violence in Vancouver, to approve the strategy and help build a safer Vancouver for our youth.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move to speaker number 7, Anahita Aurora.
Good morning, esteemed council members. My name is Anahita Aurora, and I am in favor of the youth safety and violence prevention strategy. When I first transferred high schools from the States to Vancouver, it was a culture shock. All at once, I saw the promising futures of my peers derailed by street violence and gang involvement. This fact was brought to my attention even more when one of my classmates informed me that her significant other had passed away from a stabbing in the past year. She was deeply traumatized by this, and thinking about it still made her cry. Her wound was still fresh, and though I'm not extremely close with her, I presume it will remain that way for a long time. No one should have to go through that at the age of 15. Incidents like this also cause people in nearby communities to feel concerned, nervous, and above all, unsafe. This is why the key issue that is outlined in the strategy regarding presence of weapons resonates with me heavily. Weapon-related offenses have now become more frequent with the use of bear spray in schools, which I have witnessed firsthand in mine. There are other issues that tie into this presence of weapons as well, such as being bullied and feeling like you must carry something with you to use as self-defense. However, becoming a part of the youth reference group that has advised on this strategy helped me learn so much more about the ways that we can counter these issues. It provided me with confidence in the way that I have never felt with another program, as I was able to share my thoughts and ideas to eager and willing peers and adult allies. I firmly believe that every youth should feel safe to do the same, and that making sure voices are heard in the way that this strategy has is the first step in the right direction to solving this problem. By advocating for this strategy today and having a part in the way it has come together, I have realized that prioritizing such intervention efforts has a significant intergenerational impact. And I hope that many more youths are able to create a prosperous future for themselves with the help of this strategy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 8, Helena May.
Hello there, Mayor and Council. My name is Helena May. I'm the youth coordinator of the Vancouver Community Action Team's Youth Overdose Prevention Steering Committee. and I'm in favor of the youth safety and violence prevention strategy. The BC government recently updated that unregulated drug toxicity is the leading cause of death in British Columbia for persons aged 10 to 59, accounting for more deaths than homicides, suicides, accidents, and natural disease combined. I'd like to point out the 10 years old in that. I'm 22 years old, and I've been using drugs since I was 14. Since 2019, I've lost 15 friends, most to overdose and a few to suicide. The youngest of those friends was 16 years old. Every young person that I know has lost someone to overdose or suicide, and some have lost their friends, their partners, others have lost a parent or sibling. This is terrifying. It's so terrifying because we continue to experience an extreme lack of mental health and substance use services, even for adults, let alone youth-centered mental health and substance use services. Amidst the trauma of losing our loved ones, we also fear for our own lives. This is not a comfortable way to live. Without adequate and consistent support, we run the risk of isolation, which puts us at even higher risk for fatal overdose and suicide. The reality of the matter is that young people have mental health challenges, we have trauma, and we, young people, use drugs. By prioritizing policy and service provision that keep youth who use drugs safe and listening to the lived experience and expertise of youth when it comes to creating and maintaining these things, you give youth the chance to survive and thrive. Since age 16, I've been given the opportunity to facilitate multiple youth peer groups. These opportunities as a young person have been the key to my survival and my success. Being a coordinator and facilitator gives me a sense of purpose, and it shows me that my lived experience and my skills are valuable, and it helps me to build and keep a community of people with some similar experiences to mine, which helps to instill a sense of community and belonging. More opportunities like this need to exist for youth who use drugs. When surrounded by a supportive community of people who believe in and care about them, youth are less likely to suffer addiction and homelessness, which means we are at less risk of violence, sexual exploitation, disease, and death. Keeping youth safe, or keeping youth who use drugs safe, is keeping youth safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking to council today. Next, we have speaker number 9, Andre. Oh, who is calling in? So let's just check that, please.
Speaker number 9 is not on the line.
Okay, we will return to review names that are not here at the moment. So now speaker number 10 registered in person, Jamie Song.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Jamie Song, a teen resident in Vancouver. I'm for the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. I'm a member of the Youth Reference Group in this strategy. I support this strategy because this strategy recognizes the importance of preventing the development of youth violent tendencies and prioritizes youth safety in Vancouver. Looking back 20 years before the present, news headlines across Canada have repeatedly suggested an increase in teen violence, or if you will, violence towards teens as well. If you recall 6 months ago, the April of 2023, a 17-year-old died after being stabbed on a bus in Surrey, BC, as reported by CBC and City News. From the perspective of a teen, witnessing tragedies like these has greatly impacted my day-to-day life. From having second thoughts about taking transit with my friends, to the unease of walking home alone after dark. For me, Vancouver no longer feels like the city it was before. The city where there was nothing for me to fear. The place that was safe to take a stroll alone after midnight or hang with friends until daylight. But don't get me wrong, I love and care for this city as much as all of you do. That's why I'm standing here at this very moment, performing this speech. Also, as part of an immigrant family from mainland China who has lived in this place for just a little over 7 years, I know the potential that we, the City of Vancouver, holds to improve the safety and freedom for our future generations, which is to prevent acts of violence before they occur in my generation of teens. Therefore, by promoting and supporting the youth safety and violence prevention strategy, I hope we can be an example and take initiative in creating a safer, better, and more welcoming community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, 11, Angie Osachov.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sim and esteemed members of council. It is a privilege to speak to you today in support of the Building Safer Communities program and the City of Vancouver Youth Violence and Safety Prevention Strategy. My name is Angie Osachov, and I'm the director of the Canadian program at Equitas, the International Centre for Human Rights Education. Equitas is a Canadian nonprofit. We're located at 312 Main that works for the advancement of equality, social justice, and respect for human dignity through transformative human rights education programs. We are also Canada's largest homegrown human rights organization, and we empower people to address inequality, discrimination, and to work to build more inclusive, rights-respecting communities. Across Canada, we work in 55 communities with over 200 partners. In Vancouver, we've been here since 2007, and we've worked with over 50 partners, including majority of the neighborhood houses, YMCA, Big Brothers, school districts, and community centers such as Raycam and Britannia, as well as many smaller organizations who you've heard from, KidSafe, and I'm sure you'll hear later from Red Fox Recreation. I'd like to start by thanking the City of Vancouver for your core support grant to Equitas, which makes our work in Vancouver possible. I would also like to acknowledge with gratitude the initiative to engage with the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Canada to provide the Building Safer Communities program. This program has provided essential supports and services to young people and organizations in the city and is laying the foundations for building a stronger community for all. We often think that young people spend more time in schools, but actually, according to UBC's Human Early Learning Partnership, young people have 67 hours of discretionary time each week, compared to the 30 to 45 hours they spend in school. Additionally, during the hours of 3 to 6 p.m., there's an increase in nonviolent crime committed by young people, which makes up around 20% of all reported crime. It is during these times that Equitas's core partners, community-based organizations, provide essential services and supports to children and youth in our community. The Vancouver Foundation's Vital Signs report also indicated that 53% of the population would like to participate in local community projects, while only 18% have had the opportunity to participate in one. While this data is not focused on youth, we can infer that the results would be similar or even greater for young people. Additionally, in the Preventing Youth Violence Strategy and Opportunities for Action report by the Centre for Disease Control, they highlight the importance of connectedness as one of the major protective factors that positively impact the likelihood of violence in young people. Using human rights education, Equitas works with community-based organizations and children and youth to build their capacity to implement programs, policies, and practices that create more inclusive and welcoming spaces for children and youth. Our approach is support young people and staff to identify areas of impact in their communities and to lead action for change. We support them to build transversal leadership skills, life skills, leadership skills, and create strong connections to their peers, youth workers, and their community. These are the protective factors that the CDC reports on as major factors to violence prevention. I see my time, but I think I have 5 minutes because I'm here with 3 people. Is that?
Yes, and I see that there are other folks here from your organization
Yes.
registered to speak.
Not from Equitas. There shouldn't be. I'm the only one.
Oh, a volunteer, I think, from your organization. It's registered after you. So let me just pause your timer for just a second. I think that'll be fine as long as they're just representing themselves.
Okay, sorry.
So we'll, yes, continue on for 2 more minutes. Thank
Okay, won't even take me 2 minutes. Okay, as I was saying, part of these skills that we build are really essential to some of the activities that we've been talking about today, including the mentorship programming and the intergenerational opportunities. The organizations that Equitas work with have said things such as, if Equitas didn't provide me with this training, I would not have been able to access it. Making it free is what makes it possible. Equitas's program took a preventative approach to crime and violence by creating a safe environment for females to join. We targeted youth who were most at need of mentorship-type programs, those that were more so socially excluded. And by having a specific program or target to the program, we were able to minimize bullying, promote inclusion, all of which contribute to minimizing the probability that these females will engage in negative behaviors as they grow older. This is what our partners have said. One of the young people we said, I'm going to paraphrase it wrong if they're in the room, said, "Pizza tastes better when you are really heard." We've talked a lot about the importance of young people and engaging young people in this process. I could go on and on with data and stories, and I will continue to talk about it, but I wanted to share the importance of this work with you and reinforce how important the community sector is in doing this work. The sector is tired right now. Nonprofit organizations got us through the pandemic, and we need to continue to reinforce them as we do this work. We are grateful to the City of Vancouver for the support that you've given us, and I'd like to end by expressing the importance of continued support for the Building Safer Communities and the City of Vancouver's Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy now and going into the future past the end of this grant, and the crucial importance of reinforcing the work of community-based organizations and organizations like Equitas so that we can continue to provide foundational training, because together, community-based organizations and Equitas are directly addressing the risk factors and building stronger and safer communities for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Nelson Fan.
Hello, council members. My name is Nelson Fan, and I'm an advocate for the Building Safe Communities programs and its strategies. As a teenager living in a time and a neighborhood where youth violence is prevalent, I can't emphasize how crucial these programs are. Just a month ago, when I was working a shift, me and my coworkers witnessed a gang fight. I was preparing a customer's order when a fight broke out in the scene in front of me. What I know about these experiences is that these gang members, they don't come alone. They come in groups of 20 or 30. So the scene experience is 30 people fighting it out in the scene in front of me. One of the groups were losing a fight, so they pulled out mace, or other known as bear spray. Within a few seconds, the whole park was covered in bear spray. This caused thousands of people to evacuate and caused a bigger scene with the VPD. The city should continue to address the youth violence as it causes uncertainty in our daily lives. Addressing this issue means we can go to our day-to-day lives without the constant threat of danger, especially at nighttime. Another experiences I had was when I was chilling with my parents at a dinner, and then one day, police showed up to our house to question us. We were wondering what happened, and when we opened our window, we found 30 police cars. What has happened was someone got stabbed in the street in front of me, and a whole scene was caused because of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll call on speaker number 13, who's registered in person, INL Adam.
Hello, Council. My name is Adriane, and I'm part of the Youth and Safety Committee, and I'm for the motion. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate your voice on this issue. Next, we're going to hear from speaker number 14, Emma Sutherland, who's Executive Director of Red Fox Healthy Living Society and has 5 minutes to speak to council. Do we have Emma here? Emma? Okay, just at the podium right there. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors, mayor. My name is Emma Sutherland, and I am the founder and executive director of Red Fox Healthy Living Society. We've been a charity since 2006, and we serve hundreds of children and youth in 7 municipalities. Our mission is to transform the lives of children and youth who face barriers through the power of recreation and mentorship. We do this by delivering free recreation and Indigenous cultural programs to children and training local youth to lead them. We have a youth leadership continuum where youth can progress from junior leader, grades 6 and 7, to youth leader, grades 8 to 12, to intern, young adulthood, to staff member at Red Fox and other community organizations. I'd like to introduce some of our youth. We have Cadence, come on up.
Hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Cadence. I am 14 years old, and I have been with Red Fox for 4 years. I was one of the first youngest ever to have a job at Red Fox. I started in grade 6.
And now Stu.
Fine. How does one get this up? Hi, I'm Stu, and I've been with Red Fox for 2 years, I think. 17. I'm 17 years old, and I don't know.
That's great. I forgot my line. And Tyrone.
Hi, I'm Tyrone. I've been with Red Fox for about probably a year, and it's been pretty beneficial to my health and growth. I grew up in Guildford, and I witnessed a lot of things, so it's just this has really helped me just progress throughout life. So Yeah, perfect.
So the youth were a bit nervous about speaking, but I think they did fabulous. And Tyrone, yes. Tyrone is in the top tier of our junior or our youth leadership program. He's an intern, so he's full-time paid intern. So I'm asking City Council to take the expert recommendations from social policy to heart. Red Fox works with 7 municipalities throughout Metro Vancouver, from Delta to Maple Ridge to West Vancouver. And Vancouver, by far, has the best social policy structure and vision. It is the envy of the region. The elegance and effectiveness of the social policy funding model takes into account the needs of the vulnerable citizens, what is currently being done, what is proven effective, and how organizations can work together. It fosters collaborations between organizations and with various levels of government. Community benefits when government and nonprofits work together to solve social problems. Governments offer stability, and nonprofits offer innovation. Nonprofits can accomplish things that institutions can't. Charities can pivot and respond to social needs much quicker than institutions can. We're often more connected to the communities we serve, and we can mobilize communities to work together. Why? There's much less bureaucracy. We are less constrained by workplace hierarchies and divisions. We often have more staff who represent the communities we serve. So in Red Fox, we have 16 staff. 3/4 are young people who have come through our training program. 80% of our staff team is Black, Indigenous, or people of color. 25% have a disability, and we represent all ethnicities, or many. Red Fox has received core funding from the city since 2008. It has made the difference between us riding out storms and being taken out by them. Many youth-serving charities did not survive the pandemic. The ones that have proven our resiliency, our creative adaptability, and our grit. We are a safe bet to get results. We will leverage the grant funds to get other sources of funding. Charities can apply for many types of funding that municipal governments cannot. We collaborate with schools and community centers to deliver programs. Resources are pooled and communities benefit. For example, Red Fox just launched, using the BCFS funding, a new life skills and cooking program for preteen youth at Strathcona. We have funding from DoorDash, and we have in-kind support from Strathcona. 11 youth who have been in Red Fox are now working at Strathcona's childcare programs. 9 of these youth are Indigenous. Before Red Fox, there were no Indigenous youth working at Strathcona. There's a lot of talk about reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and it is a necessary and crucial goal. One of the best ways to help Indigenous youth and youth who have experienced other forms of institutionalized oppression is to provide them with organizations that they can count on to be there for them every step of their journey. And that's what Red Fox does, and many of the other organizations do. Years ago, I spoke to council thanking them for their core support and what a difference having evidence-based funding decisions make. This is taxpayer funding, and it's so important to think about what is working and how we can leverage what is already working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you to your group that all spoke to council. Thank you very much.
Could I just have the Red Fox crew up in the gallery stand up, please?
Yes, please. To be acknowledged. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we'll move to speaker number 15, Sharif Mahdi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sim and Vancouver City Council. My name is Sharif Mahdi, and I'm privileged to serve as the CEO of the Center of Excellence for Youth Engagement. We are a national network of youth-serving organizations, academics, and policymakers that is focused on identifying and sharing best practices on meaningful youth engagement. We have supported youth engagement efforts in the City of Vancouver for 25+ years, and I want to enthusiastically support this strategy. Before I start, I want to thank the young people who've bravely shared their stories today. United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child explicitly states that all children and youth have the right to be protected and live in safe environments, and that children and youth have the right to actively participate in decision-making affecting their lives. Cities have significant power, influence, and responsibility for the environments that children and youth experience on a daily basis. The City of Vancouver has a long, proud history of working and investing in children and youth. And the process of building this strategy has already resulted in positive outcomes. Youth are expressing that they are feeling heard. They are engaging in youth forums and city council meetings. They are sharing their stories. They are engaged in taking action to prevent violence in their community. And they are part of the change and working to leave a better world for future generations. The occurrence of violence is strongly shaped by system-level factors rather than individual motivations. These system-level factors include the social determinants of health. Violence is a public health issue. The prevention and mitigation of violence requires an organized and sustained effort across many sectors of society and disciplines to address the emotional, physical, and environmental aspects of this challenge. This strategy is evidence-based. It takes a public health approach, and it walks the talk of meaningful youth engagement and involvement. There are two elements of the strategy that set it apart as innovative and groundbreaking. Its focus on upstream prevention, stopping violence before it happens, and the focus in the integration of family, school, and community efforts by leveraging the unique role that community organizations and youth-serving charities play in building healthy communities. The Center of Excellence for Youth Engagement looks forward to continuing to support youth and youth-serving organizations to get at the source of these issues through upstream prevention and meaningful integration of school, family, and community efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move to speaker number 16, Arshia Akari.
Good morning, esteemed council. My name is Arshia Akari, and I stand before you today as a passionate advocate for the strategies put forth by the Building Safer Communities program. As a young member of this community, I wholeheartedly support this initiative aimed at enhancing youth safety and youth violence prevention within our city. The safety of our youth isn't just a distance concern. It's a local issue that touches every kid, every family, and everyone. I've had first-hand experience with the consequences of youth violence in our city, particularly on public transit and streets after hours. I've also stood alongside friends who, like me, are part of minorities. Together, we've navigated these spaces not with mere trepidation, but with an overpowering sense of fear. I felt that fear within myself, etched in the trembling hands and racing hearts of young individuals who should be entitled to a life, community, and city free from terror. Just a couple weeks back, as I was driving to school, I found myself in a rather unpleasant situation. I was fully stopped at a red light when I was suddenly rear-ended. Naturally, I was a bit rattled, but I managed to stay calm and composed given the situation. However, the person responsible for the accident, even though it was clearly their fault, immediately lashed out at me, berating me with comments that targeted my race and age. These kinds of incidents are the very reason why young people often feel insecure and unsafe in our city, creating a divide between them and the prospect of a future in Vancouver. Mr. Mayor, you yourself have acknowledged the pressing nature of this issue, as you've often expressed that your initial foray into politics was propelled by your children's inability to see a future for themselves in Vancouver, end quote. And I'm confident that the same goes for those members of council who are parents, as you too must desire a brighter and safer future for your own children, where they have a sense of belonging in our beloved city. So why are we as a city acting on this? Why do we allow our youth to feel so alienated in their own city and communities, the very place they call home? We can see that this issue strikes a chord not only with youth, but also with our parents and guardians who share these concerns. They too fear for the safety of their children during seemingly mundane tasks, like walking to school or simply going outside. We need to realize that youth safety is not just a matter of statistics. It's about our collective responsibility to protect and nurture the next generation. It is common and shared knowledge that the future of our city is inextricably linked to the safety, well-being, and sense of belonging of its youth. So let's act now before it's too late. Let's replace the fears youth face daily with a hope for a better tomorrow and create a stronger, more inclusive, and safer community for all youth by implementing the strategies put forth by the Building Safer Communities program. The clock is ticking, and we can't afford to wait any longer. Youth in our city are counting on us. Our safety is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have an online registered speaker, Rowan Gentleman Sylvester.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Rowan Gentleman Sylvester, and I am the Executive Director of City Hive. I am grateful to be speaking alongside such incredible young people today, so I want to share some appreciation to all of them, and I'm super grateful for this opportunity to speak in support of the proposed youth safety and violence prevention strategy. City Hive is a local not-for-profit on a mission to transform the way that young people are engaged in shaping their cities and communities. For more than 7 years, we have been offering programs and services for youth to build their knowledge, skills, and agency to engage and lead on local issues. First and foremost, we want to congratulate the city on conducting such rigorous youth engagement on a strategy that affects youth so acutely. I think it was Sharif who said it so well. Walking the talk through the creation of this strategy has been so wonderful to witness. We strongly believe that youth should be engaged on all major decisions that affect our city and our communities, and safety and violence prevention is core to that. Today, I'm here to specifically speak in support of strategic focus area number 1, creating safer and productive community environments and public spaces for youth. A key priority under this strategy that Lanny Liddy was able to speak to earlier is programs that promote youth involvement in local government. As longtime champions of youth engagement and civic programs, we can unequivocally support the need for programs like these in ensuring safer communities for youth. Now, some people might be wondering how programming that connects youth to City Hall falls under a category of safety and violence prevention, but I'm here to help clarify that. Too often, decisions about the future of our cities, our streets, transportation infrastructure, buildings, and importantly, services are made without youth input and involvement. Safety isn't just about avoiding violence, but it's also about creating well-being and belonging. Young people have their lived expertise that is unique and important, from their commute to and from school, to experiences with substance use, to employment pathways that they're drawn to. Youth also often care about different issues than other demographics, whether it's climate change, like we've spoken about today, or affordability, or mental health and social isolation. When young people have the capacity to be involved in decision-making, connected to the elected officials and staff who are making important decisions about their lives, it allows them to help design the programming, services, and even infrastructure that they need, ultimately making this a safer, more sustainable, and resilient city, not just for young people, but for all generations. As champions of meaningful youth engagement, civic literacy, and local youth programming, City Hive is very excited by this strategy and the support it will provide local youth to live safer and more fulfilling lives here in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you calling into council today. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 18, Kathleen Cashin.
They knew. Thank you, council members. I'm Kathleen. I'm the Anti-Human Trafficking Coordinator for Covenant House in Vancouver. Covenant House is firmly in support of this strategy. We are a youth-serving organization supporting youth aged 16 to 24 experiencing homelessness in Vancouver. About 2.5 years ago now, we were supported by Women and Gender Equality Canada to explore evidence-based best practices to address human trafficking and exploitation of the youth we support. This came from a deep understanding that if we are supporting youth experiencing homelessness, we are supporting youth at risk experiencing or those who've survived human trafficking and exploitation. We also affirmed that a youth safety and violence prevention strategy that addresses crime, victimization, and harm will also be addressing the root causes and systemic exploitation and human trafficking, which do certainly take place in Vancouver, including along transit lines. As a youth-serving organization, we explored through a literature review, consultation including survivors, practice tours in Alberta and Ontario, and an advisory group that has resulted in the Lower Mainland Anti-Trafficking Table that meets monthly with organizations across Vancouver. From this, we decided to take a no wrong door approach for anti-human trafficking through 5 key strategies: a specialized service model, increasing staff awareness, increasing youth awareness and empowerment, resources, and most notably, a strong network of support. That is why we are so firmly in support of especially focus area 3 of this strategy to strengthen the coordination and provision of positive youth development services and programs. The community is here and wanting to support. We believe that to effectively address trafficking and exploitation of youth, we need support for coordination where all youth services are aligned to prevent, intervene, and support survivors. The needs of youth are complex and require a coordinated, community-based response. A quote from Aura Freedom states it best:
When we work to advance equity, we are working to end human trafficking because human trafficking is a manifestation of inequity. Indeed, exploitation and abuse thrive in conditions of inequity, where there is an imbalance of power and where there are needs to fill. You can't traffic someone who is enjoying a life of good health, stability, community, and care. That is why we support the proposed vision of this program, where Vancouver is a city where you feel safe, supported, connected, healthy, and free from violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have speaker number 19, Emma Lefebvre-Patty. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah.
My name is Emma Lefebvre-Patty. I'm Indigenous, I'm Cree and Dene, and I support the Building Safer Communities programs, youth and violence prevention strategy. I've grown up a majority of my life in East Vancouver, so I've seen firsthand how violence can affect youth in numerous ways. I've had friends who are struggling and not getting the support they need, so they turn to things like drugs and alcohol. I feel like a lot of youth are struggling in their communities, so they turn to things like gangs to try and find that sense of belonging that they're lacking from not being a part of their own community. I have friends who are struggling and they're in abusive relationships and with their families. I support the strategy because I want there to be more support. I want to help my friends, I want there to be more awareness, and most importantly, I want to help end youth violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 21, Masami Tomoika. How did I do there? Nope. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Just give me one moment. Yes, had something crossed off, but it's speaker number 20, Alexandra Fan. Yeah.
Hello and good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Alexandra Plan, and I'm 18 years of age, and I'm here in favor of building a safer communities for youth strategies of Vancouver. First, I need to state that medical folks and teachers are not the only ones who got us through the pandemic. For me, it was the programs like KidSafe that helped me get through it. And I am grateful to say that I was a youth who has grown up through the program. Growing up here in Vancouver, there's many struggles that we faced. With my family, there was addictions that we had to overcome. But that is where KidSafe fit in. They were there to support me through all my struggles that I faced with my family. Throughout the time that KidSafe was there for me, I was able to support my mother. They gave me the support to help her to overcome her challenges. And besides everything that I was put through, I was able to come out on top of it. I was stronger and I believed in myself because of KidSafe. Sorry. It's just crazy to think that many other young people, my age and much younger, they deal with something so horrendous that they shouldn't have to at such a young age. But this is where KidSafe fits in for them and fits for their family and gives them the tools they can to build their future, just like how I was. And this is why I always say that KidSafe is a place where I want to send more kids to. I want to send them there because every child deserves and is owed the choice and opportunities and the safety and comfort that is given from the young adults there. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you very much for speaking to council this morning. Now we'll have speaker number 21, Masami Tomioka.
Yes, that's right.
Did I do better the second time?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay.
So I'm Masami Tomioka, and I'm the Director of Operations for Pacific Community Resource Society. We run the Broadway Youth Resource Center, which is part of what I believe the continuum of services that this strategy outlines, and we're here to support this strategy. We have kind of a one-stop shop where youth can come for safety, community, life skills, resources. We do referrals to MCFD, to income assistance. It's kind of a place where people can come together and really build a community. And this strategy, I believe, PCRS has been doing this work with children and families for 40 years. And through the pandemic, services were shut down. we lost a few youth, and now that things have opened up, we're seeing a larger number of youth coming in, probably 100 a night, looking for referrals to victim services. We have an Indigenous victim service worker. The majority of the youth who come through our centers are Indigenous, youth of color, youth who are neurodivergent, all sorts of disabilities. And, working with my esteemed colleagues here, I feel like this strategy will bring us together as social service agencies to work in a coordinated fashion rather than kind of dividing us, which has happened a lot in the past. And I really appreciate the work that Lanny and this team has done and all of the youth who have supported this. I feel like it's a step closer to us really coming together as a community and really bringing services that are relevant and supportive for our young people. I hate to see my 6-year-old grandson not having prevention services in school and then ending up being one of those who was a victim of crime or what have you. So I'm really looking forward to the support that this strategy is going to give to all youth and children in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have speaker number 22, Jordan Baltitude.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jordan, and I work with Gordon Neighborhood House in the West End on local anti-poverty initiatives. I'm here to support Council's adoption of the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. The urgency outlined in the strategy to tackle the root causes of youth violence, including poverty, and investing in dedicated youth spaces, deeply resonates with the West End community. The neighborhood is known as the historic home of Western Canada's largest two-spirit LGBTQ+ community and a popular welcoming hub for newcomers. The West End is also home to many families and has witnessed significant growth in its youth population over the past 5 years. Currently, 54% of West End youth aged 15 to 24 live below Canada's poverty line, a staggering 20 percentage points higher than the citywide average. This disparity is even more pronounced amongst racialized and Indigenous West End youth, with 71% of First Nations youth, 74% of Arabic youth, and 75% of Korean youth being targeted by systems of poverty. Research consistently shows the strong link between poverty and an increased risk of violence, demonstrating that the need to invest in our youth in the West End and beyond cannot be understated. Gordon Neighborhood House is a place-based, strengths-based organization with a long history of fostering youth engagement and community participation. This includes a 40-year-long youth employment program, our current Young Ideas program, and our multi-year work gathering local youth perspectives to make our facilities safer and more inclusive. One prominent recurring message we've heard from youth is the scarcity of safe, culturally relevant gathering spaces in the West End. The experiences of youth in our community are deeply aligned with the objectives set forth in the strategy and underscore that investing in youth safety translates to investing in dedicated youth spaces and empowering programs. To emphasize the significance of the strategy's goals, especially focus areas 1, 2, and 4, I'd like to talk about our breakfast program in partnership with King George Secondary. 5 days a week, our dedicated chef Lindsay offers interested students a universal, free, nutritious breakfast, with nearly 10% of the school's population showing up every morning. Lindsay and the students have cultivated an inclusive space where students can hang out and be themselves. Many students now arrive early, socialize before class and make new friends, and take ownership of the program, designing menus and helping with cleanup. This program has had an undeniably positive impact. In addition to addressing food insecurity, it ensures that students who were previously often late or absent from school now come to school regularly. Our chef has also been able to identify mental health concerns early, before school staff could have noticed. The outcomes of this program exemplify the potential benefits of investing in safe spaces for youth, connecting them with caring adults, building up the capacity of the youth sector, and developing targeted programs for equity-denied community members. These actions are key to addressing the root causes of youth violence and bolstering their well-being, community connections, and sense of belonging. I ask that Council adopt the Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will, at this time, ask, we did have one speaker who was not online at that moment, and so speaker number 9 is Andre.
Speaker number 9 is not on the line.
Thank you very much. So we will close the speakers list, and just to say thank you to everybody who took the time to come and speak to council today. So I'm looking for a mover. And thank you very much. So that's moved by Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Carr. Is there, and I'm going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby Young, I see you're on the queue. Would you like to go back on the queue? And I'll advance you.
Thank you. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yeah, first I want to start by thanking all, I want to thank staff for the work. It is a lot of information to digest, and I think provides a very broad 360-degree view of a lot of the challenges that are facing a lot of the youth in our city. And I know that you have all been immersed in that work for some time. I don't think that council has had the chance to really fully, at least speaking for myself, to fully digest the breadth of that work and some of the implications yet. It's also incredibly compelling and helpful to hear, and thanks, I have to say, like, really appreciate all the youth coming out to speak, both taking the time, having the courage to step up and speak and to share your personal experiences is really informative for us as we think about how we can best focus this, we'll call it a bit of a gift of the resources that we have in terms of the federal funding. It was a lot to digest for me. You heard me asking some questions about trying to understand where we could best focus, what this looks like. And my feeling is that we have an opportunity here. And really the comment that was made earlier, I think by Lanny presenting, that had been about 20 years, I think, since we had had a chance to really robustly define a youth strategy and its impacts. And it feels to me like we should take a little bit of time to really think about how we can best focus our efforts to address a lot of those specific challenges that we heard from the speakers and from the youth themselves today, and that we can set up a program that will be sustainable to support. I can't think of anything to support beyond this initial federal funding that's here, because the need is clearly demonstrated that it is embedded, is systemic, it has been longstanding, and it's going to take some time to tackle these challenges. I can't think of a better area to invest in than supporting youth in terms of healthy environments, positive outcomes, addressing violence and some of those issues. But I want to make sure that we get this right. And I feel like there's potentially a bit of additional guidance that council could give in order to kind of help shape this direction a little bit. And that's a lot of great information to take in. And I'd like some time to sort of reflect on that and process it. So, Chair, I have circulated a referral amendment. And then if you want to move us, do we have to move to a queue for that?
Yeah, I'll move us to an amendment Q.
Thank you.
1, and go ahead.
And the referral amendment is that council refer the Building Safer Communities Program Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy to the regularly scheduled council meeting on November 14th for debate and decision. And I'm proposing that for the reasons that I have suggested, because I can't think of it again, and I'll say it, and I think it bears repeating, I can't think of something more important than focusing on our youth and doing it that we can set ourselves up for success in a way that the city can have the greatest impact within our ability, and we can continue to develop sustainable ongoing programs that where we're going to really focus on a lot of those upstream drivers and that can carry on over time. So that is the spirit of the referral. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Thanks. I have a couple questions. First, through you, Chair, to the mover of the amendment, which is I'm wondering why a full 2 meeting cycles from now, why the delay is until November 14th.
Back to, can I just get a reminder, was this seconded? Okay, I saw and heard Councillor Meisner first. Thank you. Oh, a question through Chair to you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Bull. I think it's similar to what I sort of expressed earlier. We're often pretty rushed for time. And I just think that there was this is dozens and dozens of pages. And we have dozens of speakers. There's a lot of information to synthesize here. And as I said, I really want to make sure that we, if this is going to be a long-standing effort, and I think that there is huge potential for that with the city, I want to make the chance that we have, or want to give us the chance to really digest that and do it right.
Okay, I have another question through you, Chair, to staff, which is I'm wondering if staff have any insight about what
a month delay in these recommendations means for the work.
Thank you for the question. You know, we are on a spend deadline with the federal fiscal year, but I think that we could manage with a referral to a future council meeting. A month would be pushing the timeline, but I think we could manage that.
Okay. I appreciate that staff answer, but I will be voting against this and quite frankly speaking very strongly about it. I got this report last week, as all of council did. I spent the time reading it. We got to hear incredible speakers, many of whom are still here. And I think it's really important that we show our commitment to this work today and allow it to move forward today, and that we do that in the presence of an incredible array of speakers and community members who have contributed to this work and taken the time to tell moving personal stories about why it's so important. This council just yesterday moved an emergency motion on housing because of how important we recognize that issue to be, that we couldn't spend 2 weeks to make sure it went through the proper motion process, and yet today are proposing delaying critical youth safety work by a month because of how much we care about it. It's inconsistent. I think it's a very poor sign of our commitment to the issue, to everybody in the room and everybody who has spent an incredible amount of time and effort going into this. I'm not sure what council thinks they're going to hear in addition in the next month to impact or change this work. The recommendations in the report are comprehensive. They have been informed by very important voices across the community. So I'm both skeptical and nervous about what council thinks it's going to change in this report, in voting, in delaying it a month from now. I think the symbolism of that is bad. I strongly support this work, and I think we should vote on it today. So I will be voting against this delay, and am disappointed if this is what we do.
Councillor Carr?
I can just say ditto to Councillor Boyle's statement. Just to be very clear, Council, we've had a briefing on this, a full briefing with staff, at which point we could have asked questions, and so we've all been privy to that opportunity. As per all our other reports, we've had this report since last week. Ample time to read it. We have many, many very long reports, always given to us 1 week ahead of time. So this is not unusual. We've all had the chance to review that work. We have had an amazing and unanimous in support of this report recommendations set of speakers who have come to us today. Typically, in my mind, there are referrals done when people are contemplating at the council table some complicated amendments to something and need a chance to work on it with staff. I think staff's direction is very clear on here. I do not want to risk us being able to spend this money in an appropriate way. I do not want to see any kind of stalling on the programs that are already in place. I don't want to see us lose any of that money. I want to see us pursue more. So I'm going to be voting against this referral.
Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to echo all of my appreciation for the speakers that have been here today. It's been some incredible stories, and to staff for all the background that went into developing this strategy that we're looking at here today. I've heard quite a bit of, and I think all the speakers resonated very, very strongly right through here. Through today's discussion of this item. We literally got a briefing on this less than 48 hours ago. We did get the report late last week. I had a chance to sit down and read it on Sunday. I feel I had a lot of questions, and we had only an hour after the presentation. We had probably less than half an hour for questions on Monday, and I think that we came away with the feeling that we can strengthen this and make it more sustainable over the long term. The big concern we have right now is that that I feel that we've been hearing is that there's so much in this right now that we really need to be very careful about how we direct and focus the effort here. There are so many groups that came to us with really important ideas, and we want to make sure that none of those things get lost. And we also, I think we have to potentially be looking at longer term advocacy to make sure that programs like these are sustainable and have incredibly strong outcomes. So I think it's unfair to suggest that referring this for a few more weeks to have at least a time in our very busy calendars to sit down to kind of re-engage with staff, ask some kind of key questions, and then allow them the time to put something together thoughtfully that we can feel very strong that after the 3-year period of the spending of this federal funding, that we have very strong outcomes, better community safety for our youth. And I think that spending just a few more hours on this, again, staff have their own calendars that they're working off of, so do we. And so I think adding a few more weeks for us to refer this, have that staff engagement, allow staff to come back with some great ideas. I think it's perfectly reasonable, so I'll be supporting this. And again, once again, I thank staff for all their work and thank the members of the community and the young people who have come here. Amazing, great leaders that we've seen come to the podium today. And I am so excited to have them here to speak to us and being so engaged in this important topic. Thanks very much.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll echo the comments of my colleagues in support of just taking a bit more time to ensure that we're getting this right. I too appreciate all the speakers that came today, especially in person, and those who shared their personal stories around some of the violence and experiences they've had in our city, and that's exactly what this funding is meant to address. As mentioned, we did just have a briefing on this on Monday afternoon, and for those who are not on council, that is quite late for us. So it is a lot of information to digest, and I want to ensure that this is a significant amount of money, and I want to ensure that we are spending it in the most effective manner possible. So this is not about pulling back this funding for youth violence prevention. We are all in agreement that that's where this money needs to be spent. This is just taking a little bit more time to ensure that we are effectively directing those dollars to the right organizations and we have the right strategy. And not to say that staff hasn't done a ton of work. They have, certainly. It's very complicated and complex. I just need a bit more time to understand what our approach is. So I'm supportive of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I also want to echo all the comments here. Very sincere appreciation to all the speakers. Your compelling story I heard really touched my heart. And also, I really want to appreciate the staff for putting out this report, very comprehensive information. I think we also found staff, the 1 month referral could be managed. It wouldn't change the program. And I think just because of this program is so important, we need to do our due diligence. We need to think carefully, and we need to make sure everything is correct, but not in a rush manner. As many councillors mentioned, we just had a briefing for less than 48 hours ago. So it's so important to do our due diligence, ask important questions, and also doing critical thinking to make sure this program delivers exactly what we want. And also, I want to say that we all acknowledge how important this program is, how important this federal grant is. So it is not about delaying the program. It is about doing the correct things, make sure that our youth will be better protected through this program. So with that, I'm going to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Zhou. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, I do want to thank everyone for coming in here today and sharing their lived experiences. It's heartbreaking, and it seems like things haven't changed a lot in the city of Vancouver. I also want to thank the team for all the incredible work that they put into this. it's a heavy lift. And so what I wanted to do is, look, I'm not one for political theatrics. I think we want to solve a situation here. So what I want to do is sort of express or share with you my lived experiences, and then share with you why I support being a little more thoughtful from our perspective and waiting a month. Being part of a marginalized community growing up, I have also faced the barrel of a gun. And I was preyed on by the Lotus and the Red Eagle gangs, which I just found out this morning are now defunct. And so growing up in South Van and East Van, I understand what it was like back then. And, I know it hasn't changed. Today in the city of Vancouver, we have 4 boys, and I'm acutely aware of the craziness that still is out there. There was a stabbing in a park just down the street from us where a kid who was getting bullied actually defended himself and killed another kid. There's bear spray in our communities. It happens like at the high schools, at the Dairy Queens. There's muggings. We get it. Okay. I don't say this as the mayor of Vancouver. I say this as a parent and someone who cares about solving this and making it better. What we're asking and why I support waiting a month is, like a lot of councillors mentioned here, we have literally just received the bulk of the information a day and a half ago. And so if we want to strip the theatrics of politics out of this, and we actually want to make meaningful impact on this, can we please get a little more time so we can be incredibly thoughtful and accentuate the hard work that our team members have put into this, and really understand and hear the voices of all the lived experiences that were shared today? Because at the end of the day, what we want is we want to make this place a safer place for the youth. And when we do that, we talked about upstream. When we deal with these challenges upstream, we have a lot less downstream challenges like the ones that we're seeing of the downtown east side right now. And so please, the reason I will support waiting is just so we can be a little more thoughtful and really digest the incredibly important work that you put a lot of thought into. And so that's why I will support waiting a few extra weeks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, following the mayor is always difficult sometimes. I'll just say that I spent 28 years as a Vancouver police officer. Youth safety is extremely important to me. I advocate for public safety all the time. I fully support this this program and this strategy. As other councillors mentioned, we didn't get a briefing until just the day before yesterday. So we haven't really had a time to digest this. I too want more time to make sure that there is a good plan moving forward. There's nothing worse than moving ahead with something that isn't properly planned out. I don't think the plan is there just yet. When reading through this 100-page report, there's a lot of information here, and I think it needs to be a little bit more focused. And there needs to be a plan for ongoing support beyond 2026 so that we continue to fight issues around youth safety and violence. I'm going to support the amendment because I do want more time. I'll end by just saying that suggestions that taking time suggests that I don't support youth safety is insulting, to be honest. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have 2 more things I'd like to say on this. The first is that Councillor Klassen said just a few moments ago that we came away with the idea that we can strengthen this. I'm not sure who that we is, but just again, a reminder that we're supposed to be making decisions in a public forum here and not ahead of these meetings. There's been lots of time for questions. There could have been more time for questions this morning, but this is a good plan. The second thing I want to say is to the youth and and youth serving folks in the room. Hi. It was really great to have you here. I am so sorry to all of you that we're delaying this decision and not making it with you in the room here today. It is, for me, very discouraging to see this happen. And I just want to be really clear that your voices and experience matter, your safety matters. Please don't forget that. And please don't give up. This is your city too. And we're working on making it a city where you can continue to live and stay safe for a long time. So please, please keep showing up and making sure that we're accountable to you on the issues that you have told us so clear matter. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll just remind people, I'm just going to, as I see others are joining the queue, and if we can just hold on just a second. I just need a motion to extend to finish this item, if that's the will of council.
Move to extend to complete.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks. Just listening to the dialogue around the table, which is important, but I also felt compelled to provide a couple of comments and to the comment that Councillor Boyle just raised, saying, I'm sure Councillor Klassen say we. I, hearing the conversation involving the chambers, interpreted that to mean we council. I did not hear anything political in that, so I actually think that that was casting political aspersion, and I would really like us to just focus on what we're hearing. I think we're honoring the voices here and the significance of the work to actually take it away, like Mayor Sim said, and make sure that we have a really articulated, focused strategy that we can sustain. And that's the spirit here. And I don't want anybody to go away without thinking that, because it's actually from listening to all of you and the complexity of the different experiences that you have had that actually convinced me, because I went into this listening to it, looked at the PowerPoint, which we're kind of digesting in real time and getting, and I thought, wow, there is a lot here. And every single story of every speaker was compelling, whether you came up and whether you're speaking just by being here, or you actually came and spoke physically at the podium. You imprinted, I think I can say on all of us, I think I could say that, safely in that case, and that's our job, is to kind of take that away and digest it and try to make responsive decisions. So I just want to say that for the record, and I hope that that spirit is taken here, because that's what we're trying to do. And yes, I say we, because I feel that is council's collective job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. And Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will be quick. So, I think the decision we made in this chamber will affect everyone, especially for our young generations. This report will affect everything in your life. So that's reason why, to make sure we make a responsible decision, we need to do our due diligence. Think everything carefully. Think about the broader impact to you. So making a rush decision here is irresponsible for your life. So I just want to put it out there. So because we are really think you are important and we need to make responsible decisions, so that's why we want to think more about this report. But not, I'm really sad to see some people politicizing this and try to divide our community again. Thanks.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the speakers list on this amendment. So we will move to a vote. Right, it's not an amendment technically, despite the queue we're in, so it's a referral. So we'll be voting on the motion as you see up on the screen there.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And that motion passes with Councillors Carr and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Thank you, Council. So we will, and thank you again to everybody who came to speak today and to staff for your work on that. So we will take a recess now for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 p.m.
So all of staff for training. Oh, oh yeah. All of City of Vancouver staff was sent, almost all.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the Standing Committee for Cities Finance and Services. So let's continue with the meeting. We just recessed before noon. Councillor Montague, you're on the queue.
Yeah, I just noticed that the reason report 2 is held was because of one speaker, but I noticed that speaker was okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bligh. Okay, please check. Yeah, well, let's check the if the speaker is on the line. Okay, so the speaker is not online. So now we have the motion on the floor by Councillor Montague to waive the presentation and move this item. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Kirby. All in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. So this number 2, 2024 exempt seniors housing, this has been passed unanimously. Okay, so now we are moving to the number 3 on the agenda, which is the next item on the agenda is a pilot development potential relief program, stakeholder feedback and considerations for 2024. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay. Team members are here to make a presentation for this item. Would any member like to see the presentation? No one wants to see the presentation? Yeah, okay. We will now see the presentation from the staff. Okay, please go ahead, Chris.
Good afternoon. This is Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. In front of you is the report on the Pilot Development Potential Relief Program, stakeholder feedback, and also considerations for Council for the 2024 tax year. So in the report, staff have a couple of recommendations. First and foremost is to ask Council to consider the continuation of the Pilot Development Potential Relief Program to 2024 with some notable refinements, including extending the declaration process from 2 weeks to 6 weeks, and clarifying some of the eligibility criteria and establishing some threshold for primary use, and confirming BC assessments use codes through declaration, extending the in-use requirement from 1 day to 3 months, leading up to including October 31st, which was the legislative deadline. And also for those users that we excluded in 2023, including storage, warehouse, office, and auto service users, include them back in if at least 50% of the floor area were occupied or are occupied by nonprofit organizations, arts and culture institutions, and independent auto service companies. And also, Council is not asked to confirm and approve the 2024 pilot DPRP yet. We will be reporting back to Council based on all the declaration information, do our analysis, and come back to Council in March 2024, so that's the time when Council needs to make the final decision. And more importantly, we are seeking council to direct staff and request the mayor to write a letter to the province to seek Vancouver charter amendments to apply the development potential relief, not just on the municipal taxes, as well as on other taxing authorities. Thank you. So just a quick recap of what the pilot development potential relief program was about in 2023. So just to recap, how it worked is that properties are assessed by BC assessment at highest and best use, meaning that even though it might only have 1 or 2 stories, kind of, retailer grade, however, if there are development potential, be it actual, be it perceived, on top of it, even though it's not developed, the highest and best use value, which is the value appears on the assessment roll, it will impact property taxes. It will be included in the number. So the development potential relief program, how it works is that staff try to come up with the imputed development potential value, which is based on BC assessment data. The difference between the assessed value on the assessment roll, which is the highest and best use value, and compare that to the current use value, which is the information that we gather from BC assessment based on the current use value. And admittedly, not every single property has the current use value. So that's the reason why, based on our analysis, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail later, that we determine on a neighborhood and also zoning district basis what will be the level or the magnitude of the relief that the property will be subject to. So once we imputed the development potential value, then council will make a decision on what is the amount or the percentage of land value that will be subject to the lower tax rate, which we call it the development potential relief tax rate. And in 2023, council approved that the development potential relief tax rate would be at a 50% discount of the normal class 5 and 6 tax rate. So, and for the value that is not subject to the DPRP tax rate, then it will be subject to the normal 5 and 6 tax rate. So there are certain minimum provincial eligibility criteria that staff has to follow and adhere to. First and foremost, the properties that are subject to or can benefit from the development potential relief program, it must have land and improvement value. It cannot be just vacant land, and it has to belong to class 5, which is light industry, and class 6, which is business category. And it has to be in use. It cannot be vacant as of October 31st of the preceding year. As well, the land value overall between 5 and 6, they have to make up at least 95% of the overall assessed value appear on the assessment roll. And what will not be eligible, it includes all the split class properties with the exception of split class between commercial and residential. And for any properties that are exempt from municipal taxation, be it the entire thing is exempt or just partial exemption, they will be out of or ineligible for this program. And of course, property can only benefit from the land assessment averaging program or the DPRP, but they cannot benefit from both. So based on this minimum provincial criteria, in 2023, roughly 3,400 properties were screened in under the provincial legislation or criteria. And with that, when we look at the 30-somewhat properties, we looked at a number of those uses that we do not believe align with what council has been directing staff to, which is to target our relief for the independent businesses and community partners. Hence, when we look at a number of those uses, including, as an example, properties that are being held by senior government agencies for investment purposes or for non-government use purposes, big boxes, banks, international chains, national chains, gas stations, parking lots, dealerships, so on and so forth, and some of those primary office users and hotels. Those account for roughly 1,700 properties. They were excluded from the 2023 program. As well, roughly close to 300 properties, they had very little or no development potential value based on the calculation, which is the difference between the highest and best use value and the income approach value. So those were excluded as well. And then finally, 50 properties, they were actively seeking densification and additional density and also maybe a change in use with council. So those are also excluded as well. By applying those additional filtering, in 2023, only 1,361 properties were eligible under the city criteria, subject to declaration. So some of those examples of the ineligible properties in front of you, these are just some of the samples I don't need to go through in detail, but we believe that most of these will continue to be excluded for 2024 if council agrees. So as I mentioned before, there has been some challenges in getting complete and the most accurate data based on BC Assessment's existing information. So based on the very limited information and data that we have, we try to come up with the level of relief based on the neighborhood and also based on the zoning district. So in front of you is a map telling you that if a property falls into a certain neighborhood and certain zoning district, that the percentage appear on the map is the percentage of the land value that will be subject to the lower tax rate. So what is the result of the implementation? I know a lot of people, they ask, the declaration was only open for 2 weeks. How many actually indeed finished the declaration and finally got the relief? So out of just over 1,000, 1,361 properties, just over 1,000 of the properties actually completed the declaration and received tax relief in 2023. And of the 1,000 properties, roughly 70 of those properties were within the Broadway subway construction zone. So it did provide some help with those struggling business in that area. And in totality, the entire Development Potential Relief Program resulted in sharing or providing $3.4 million in total relief to the eligible and qualifying properties. And when we look at what does it translate to the number of businesses, assuming a property have at least 2, if not even more tenants, like the multi-tenant kind of situation in most of the properties, we believe that thousands of properties and also community partners probably have benefited from this program. And of course, it's a zero-sum game. If someone is paying more taxes, someone is paying less taxes. So as a result of supporting this new Development Potential Relief Program, the Class 5 and 6 tax rate has to be increased by 0.8% so that other properties that are not eligible for this relief program, they need to pay a little bit more to help with the struggling business. So what have we learned from the 2023 pilot program? First and foremost, the most important thing is that very different from the land assessment averaging program, the relief only applies to the municipal portion of the taxes. And as you are aware, on a tax bill, half of the taxes actually are retained with the city, within the city. Half of those actually go to the province, which is the provincial school tax. It goes to Translate, Metro Vancouver, BC Assessment. So what we are trying to say is that in order to make this program more impactful for those who are eligible, it will be best if the province will consider harmonizing this program with the land assessment averaging program so that the tax relief can apply to both municipal taxes and other taxing authorities. And as we have been talking about, the BC assessment use code may not always be the most accurate. So what we have learned is that a number of arts and culture tenants occupying otherwise, some of those excluded property uses, for example, office primary in Mount Pleasant, actually some recording studio, they occupy a property in Mount Pleasant area, which is coded as office primary and got excluded. And there's another property in Mount Pleasant as well, is being used for as exhibition and performance space. However, because the use code, according to BC assessment, is storage and warehousing, that's why they were also excluded. So this is something that we are recommending that we should consider that as part of the 2024 program. So the multi-tenant and mixed eligibility, this is a tricky one because property tax relief is always provided to a property portfolio. A portfolio is a property that could include multiple tenants. Some of the tenants could be eligible, some of the tenants may not be eligible. So this is something that we always know going in that will always be a challenge. So what we are trying to do is that maybe we need to establish a threshold for the primary use of the property, meaning that maybe if more than 50% of the floor area is occupied by eligible businesses, then just deem the entire folio or the property to be eligible. So that will be very clear, communicate upfront to the property owners. So back in March, we did promise council and our stakeholders that we will go back and engage them after the implementation of the pilot program. The reason being, it was very, very challenging in a very short period of time when we implemented the pilot program. We didn't have time to do engagement on the design and also the makeup of the program. So subsequent to the implementation, in June, July-ish, we actually went back to our stakeholders. We did target workshop with 19 participants, very targeted to arts, culture, nonprofit, and also property owners and property managers. And also subsequent to that, we also did a targeted survey, so try to reach out even more. And we actually work really, really closely with the BIAs and CFIB so that they can also kind of announce and really push the survey to their members as well. So the survey and the workshop topics, we've tried to focus on areas that are within our control. So those eligibility criteria that was set by council back in March, how does it work? What are the unintended consequences? And also, what is the level of tax relief? Is it too much? Is it just right? Or is it too little? Also, are tenants being notified? Is it important for tenants to be notified of the savings program? And also, what worked well and what can be improved? So as a result of the engagement, we got a number of feedbacks. And as I mentioned before, our target audience were the Vancouver BIAs, the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, representative from the CFIB, and Building Owners and Manager Association, and also a number of folks from the arts and culture organizations and NPOs. So what we have heard in general, some of the key themes are the city eligibility criteria and exclusions, they were way too broad, and at the same time may not have a very clear definition. And the second thing is that, as I mentioned before, some of the arts, culture, and NPOs, they reside in the ineligible properties. That's why they got excluded. And the program should apply to all taxes and not just city taxes. And also, the in-use requirement really shouldn't be just subject to the occupancy of just one day. It really should be more than that. And also, there is concern about, what is the implication of the tax shift as a result of supporting this new program? How much do other taxpayers have to come up and pay for that? So some of the consideration for 2024 that are put forward for council's consideration, which will help us to shape the 2024 program, is that for the property use, instead of relying primarily on the BC Assessment Use Code to screen in and out eligible properties, we are going to use the declaration form to validate the information that we get from BC Assessment. So it's not just relying on BC Assessment. So there is a way for us to really understand, is it really warehouse uses? Is it really office primary, or is it something else? So, and also with regards to city criteria and exclusions, we are going to define what the primary use is. Primary use will be defined as covering more than 50% of the floor area. Then the primary use will be used as the basis for screening in and out certain properties. And also, for storage and warehousing, office primary, auto service use, they will continue to be excluded. However, if the same properties are being occupied and used by qualifying arts and culture and NPOs and also independent auto services, and if they hold more than 50% of the floor area, they will be screened back in. So again, in use, instead of just relying on the occupancy status of one day, which is October 31st, the legislative requirement, we are going to extend it to 3 months, covering October, November, and December. So the declaration process is not going to be a mad rush, hopefully. It's not just going to be like 2 weeks. This time around, we want to give up to 6 weeks to the property owners and or their agents to respond to the city. And we'll be using that information to inform the final 2024 program. And more importantly, the tax relief, even though we have no jurisdiction to apply the tax relief to other taxing authorities as well. That being said, if council wishes, we could go to the province and advocate for and seek Vancouver Charter amendments to apply the tax relief to also the other taxing authorities' taxes. And most important of all, we really need to work closely with the BIA, CFIB, and BOMA to really broaden the communications and increase the awareness with all the potential recipient of the development relief program, and also not just the property owners, also the tenants and the businesses as well. So just to remind Council that last year, not last year, it's actually this year, but earlier in March, when we put together the pilot program based on the exclusion and inclusion criteria and based on the 50% discount of the tax rate, at that time the rate impact, the final rate impact was 0.8%. If Council consider adding and accepting all those proposed refinement from staff as outlined in this report, the tax impact could go from 0.8% to 1.5%. So staff just want to caution Council that there's no free lunch. If someone is getting more tax relief, then someone else have to pay more to compensate for the difference. So it is very important for Council to consider what is the pool of the properties and the users and the businesses that Council would like to target your support to. And also, on the other hand, we're also trying to look at, is there any opportunity for us to tighten up the averaging program so that we can actually maybe make it more targeted, from the averaging program, and free up some room to expand the DPRP program so that in totality, the tax impact will not be increased substantially. So I think this is probably the last slide. It's just to demonstrate to you the difference between the Development Potential Relief Program and the Targeted Averaging Program. You can actually see that for the average saving for the DPRP and also the median saving on a per property basis is a lot higher than averaging. So meaning that I think for those who actually qualify for the DPRP is way more targeted and the savings is way more impactful. However, for the targeted averaging, what we have done, after we have done some sort of deep dive based on the 2023 data, we realized that basically a third of the averaging tax relief went to the top 10 properties. So this is the area that we will bring forward some of the recommendation to Council to consider in March 2024, is that maybe we should also put a limit on the savings coming through the averaging program so that we can actually, I would say, make some room to expand the DPRP program and not increasing the tax impact too much. So the last slide is that, going back to my earlier point, Council does not need to commit to the DPRP program and the precise criteria. I just want to give us an indication you want to consider these. We will do our analysis. We will go through with the declaration between January and February, and we will come back to Council to provide the final recommendation on the 2024 Pilot Development Potential Relief Program, as well as the Targeted Land Assessment Averaging Program for Council to approve in March. So that's the time when you will be making the final decision on both of the relief program. So I believe that's it. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Let me see. So, Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Councillor Clausen, please go ahead.
Great. Pleased to kick things off here. I just love this program. I'm so impressed with what our team has done here and our crack finance team. So let me start off by just saying that. And the fact that we are now really a model for the rest of the province, and that other municipalities are coming to us to see how we did this is just really speaks volumes. Just with regards to some of the confirmation through declaration, which we're going to use as part of our way going forward, does that add much cost to how we communicate with business owners and their tax forms? Or is it just something they can check off? I mean, I presume the information has to come back. We have to review it. So there's a bit of staff time involved in that?
Yes, I would say it's purely staff time. And it's just like last year, we actually didn't really get any additional resources from outside. It's just like us reprioritizing our work, and we just kind of make it work. And yeah, so, and nothing got dropped off not being done last year as well. So it's overtime, just simple as that, yeah.
Excellent. The idea of potentially limiting savings because of that top 10 slide that you showed there, is that something you were looking at for beyond 2024?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
The The suggestion that we might ask for amendments to the Vancouver Charter is really about the other taxing authorities? Primarily?
Correct. Yes, so for the DPRP right now, legislatively, we cannot apply the relief to other taxing authorities. So if the province give us that authority, then we can do it, which will be exactly the same way that the province is allowing us to apply the averaging tax relief to other taxing authorities. So right now, it's a mismatch between the two programs.
You did show a range of options when it came to the level of savings and potentially the impacts on other businesses and the rates that they were going on there. Do you have a kind of recommended? Are you suggesting that we go in the middle between those two extremes?
Yeah, in the middle, because in 2023, council did approve 50% discount off the regular rate. In our engagement, I believe there were not much of a strong feeling that it has to be higher or lower. So we believe that maybe 50% is the right rate. But again, we can actually come back with options after the declaration program if the program is substantially exceeding the 2023 one, and there will be implication to other taxpayers. Then we may recommend something different. But for now, I think we're not hearing anything otherwise.
Okay. And have we heard much from some of the larger property owners that fall outside of they're not eligible? Like, did we hear back from people complaining about this change?
The change.
So the non-eligible businesses?
Right.
Did we get any feedback from non-eligible businesses about this one?
Yes, that is actually through the engagement. I would say the majority of those that complain or express discomfort are the arts and culture and also the nonprofits, because most of them, they actually exist in like warehousing, the primary use as coded by BC assessment as warehousing or office primary. And those were excluded from the 2023 program. Hence, when we consider the 2024, we want to bring them back if they occupy more than 50% of the floor area in those properties that would otherwise be excluded. The one key thing I remember, at least one or two participants actually warned the city and say, you need to understand that for nonprofit occupying those, you need to make sure that they are the majority of the user of the property, because they have also seen that there are property owners that just have a token nonprofit and then the rest of the property is vacant. So they actually want us and say, make sure that it is really primary use as opposed to just having a teeny tiny little bit.
I have a minute left here. I know that we have to be careful about sort of picking winners and losers, so to speak. But when I think about our hotel sector, obviously we tax them in different ways, but they're currently excluded. Would hotels in any sort of configuration of this of the DPRP possibly qualify based upon need or in our willingness to incentivize the creation of more hotel rooms?
As of now, I would say we have not contemplated bringing hotels in. This is not unlike some of the banking sector. They may also challenge that why banks are not being included, and other office building as well. So I think this is something that if council really want to look at it, we can actually provide not a recommendation, but maybe we can quantify the implication, and council can make a decision in March.
Okay. Yeah. I would kind of hope that, yeah, if you hear from different stakeholders on that one, that you can come to us.
We have not heard from the hotel sector.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks again. Once again, great work.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen. Perfect timing. Councillor Meissner, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Grace. Agree with Councillor Clausen. Great work on this. I think it's made a difference for small businesses and in particular arts and culture organizations. And I just wanted to drill down a little bit on the engagement piece. So I know last year was the first year and we relied a lot on BIAs to get the information out. I'm just wondering what additional steps we're taking in terms of engagement, in particular to target those arts and culture organizations that are perhaps in buildings with the assessment code that's different, like a warehouse, for example.
Right. Sorry, you're talking about what is our planned engagement process and communication process in preparation for the 2024?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that those arts and culture organizations are very aware.
Right. So just so you know, before this council meeting, we just had a conversation and try to map out a plan, a communication strategy with our communications department, really laying out basically the whole program, what the program is about, who is in, who is out, definition, all those that we just discussed. Also having a very clear timeline. What should we expect or what should they expect in January when they're going to get the declaration, and when they need to kind of come back and respond to the declaration. If they're not the property owner, they need to be talking to their property owner and the landlord, that kind of thing. So basically, we really want to lay out what to expect from now through March. So we're going to have a number of those kind of communication channel working directly through the BIAs, the CFIB and BOMA. They actually offered us their platform to do better communication to their members as well, and it's very far-reaching. And of course, we will do our standard, communications and push out through social media.
Are we mailing anything to people?
Declaration, definitely, we are mailing.
Okay, so everybody gets a declaration.
For 2024, yes, because we will be looking at the list that will that qualifies under the provincial minimum legislative criteria. We will be sending out the declaration to every single one of those properties on that list.
Okay.
Which is very different from 2023 because we screened those and then we just offered a declaration to the screened-in ones. So that's the big difference.
Okay. Would that list include, say, an office warehouse building?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Because we right now we are making the assumption that even though BC Assessments use code said that they are, maybe the use is actually not that. That's why we want to use the declaration process to validate that.
Okay, great. That's good. Thank you for that confirmation. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Meisner. I'm the nice one, but I'm going to move myself to the end as a courtesy. Please go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Oh, great, thank you. First of all, I'll just echo my colleagues' thanks. This was a lot of work. This was a sort of experimental program, and you've tested it out with a lot of work. So you and your staff really deserve our congratulations on that, because it has helped a number of small businesses, especially arts and culture. So my first question is I'm wondering why independent auto services are included in that list of the exam.
The reason why we said that if the independent auto services occupy more than 50% of the floor area should be included in, because right now the car dealership and the auto body shops, they're excluded because that was based on the assumptions that, and also the discussion in March with council that I don't believe that the direction is to help say, for example, like the Mercedes and the BMWs and Audis of the world. However, questions were raised to staff and say, what about those independent auto body services? Because they're not attached to like the big international kind of like brand name kind of cars. Like, why are we not considering? That's the reason why we want to maybe add them back for council consideration. But again, you are not making a decision today. You can actually still decide to include or exclude in March.
And how many buildings does that affect? Or how many, in your analysis, what?
I don't think there is a lot, but there are some on, if you drive up and down on Kingsway, you can actually see some of those, and also, Mount Pleasant as well.
Yeah, Mount Pleasant, for sure. Okay. In terms of the idea of sort of the eligibility of, if it impacts some people positively, it's going to be the money's going to be picked up by others. So I'm wondering if we are going to increase the eligibility, especially if we increase eligibility for regional taxes. Have you analyzed how much more of an impact the making up of those lost taxes by other properties will have? Like, especially the regional taxes are very high. So I forget what the percentage was you said. It wasn't huge at this point, but 0.8%, I think you said, tax impact. Have you estimated how much more than 0.8 if we go that route?
Yep, so basically, I think it would still be 0.8, but if it applies to other taxing authority, you double the dollar value. Because on a tax bill, typically half comes to the city, half goes to other taxing authorities. So yeah, so that is actually a concern if even, first and foremost, if council agree that this is a good thing to pursue, then, and if the province is agreeable, then there will be additional impact on other properties. So I think that's the reason why staff is always want to emphasize that how large the program should be expanded. We should also consider what is the implication to other property owners as well. So yeah, we need to kind of balance the two.
Right. It'd be good to get that data, because I sort of anticipate seeing what a big chunk of a tax bill the regional taxes are. If that was distributed differently to make up for tax relief, I'd love to know that.
Okay, for sure. We'll report back.
And in terms of the Business Improvement Associations, have we had direct feedback from them? I mean, they really instigated at the beginning the need for tax relief. Are there any particular suggestions that they're making that we haven't covered off? or have you pursued all of their concerns and tried to mitigate their concerns?
I believe we have addressed most of the concerns, at least for those that are within our control. Liz, you want to add to that? Yeah. Liz Jones.
Okay, great.
Hi, I'm Liz Jones on the Graces team. So yeah, I think we have addressed, I would say, most of the BIA concerns. One of the concerns that is not really in our control that we heard from the BIAs is that some landlords did not want to submit the declaration. So this year, our plan is just to hopefully turn that around by giving out more information so that they understand that it is not a complicated process to submit it. It's fairly straightforward. It shouldn't take them a lot of time, and the benefit that it will provide to their tenants. But we don't have the authority to force a landlord or property owner to submit the declaration.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you're getting that information out there. And is that being mailed out to all of the businesses within a building, for example, or is it just to it was to the landlord? Is it still?
5 seconds.
The declaration will go just to the landlord, but we'll work with the BIAs to get information out to their people.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, staff, to the update. I do have just a couple of quick questions. One, I noted, you noted the number of businesses that benefited from this, or properties that benefited from this program. I think you noted 70 in the Broadway corridor, and I'm just curious if you could expand on that a little bit. As you know, we've been trying to speak with the province and advocate for some support for the businesses along Broadway, particularly the impact of the Broadway line going in. And I know our staff are looking at measures. Do you anticipate that perhaps more properties will benefit in the next round in the Broadway corridor? If you could just speak to that more broadly.
Yep, I would expect that there could be some increase as a result of expanding the eligibility requirement. However, because not all properties along the Broadway corridor, and in particular within the construction zone, is considered to be underdeveloped. So that is the bare minimum set by the province. So you have to at least be underdeveloped in order to qualify for the program. And then, I mean, in our eligibility criteria, I believe that with the expansion of the criteria, it may capture more, but we can actually report back through the declaration process. So we will understand more from that.
That'd be fantastic. I really appreciate the work on this, and I'll offer some comments once the recommendations have been moved. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Also echoing thanks for the work, because then, yes, after lots of champion advocacy, and Vancouver hung in there, so appreciate that. The slide that you had towards the end that had the impact for the tax and the eligible properties, and I don't know if we can bring that one up, just to illustrate the question. Just wanted to clarify here, because one of the things that we hear is getting the relief to the right people, but also the impact on the rest of the class. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding, interpreting that slide correctly. Up yet? No. I'll just preface by asking the question, where you have the average tax savings relative to targeted averaging, that's, I think, fairly straightforward, because that's referring to the properties that are eligible, correct? And I just want to clarify, as the ineligible is the tax impact that is borne by the other
correct
properties that are in the class relative if DPRP was applied versus targeted averaging, is that
correct.
right?
Yes.
So can I reflect a different way? Then people are concerned, well, I really want to support arts and culture, but because their taxes are going down, mine are going up. If we hear that, but we could actually say that theirs will not go up as much as if we had applied targeted averaging.
Yes, basically what we're trying to say is that by implementing the DPRP program, for those properties that are not eligible for DPRP or averaging, the average impact or the additional tax that they're paying to contribute towards the program, the median impact is $50 per property. The average impact is $360 per property within the DPRP program to support arts, culture, and also those small businesses.
Okay, so that widely held perception that theirs are going up even more because of this is inaccurate?
It is going up more, for sure, because if there's no DPRP program, other properties, they don't need to pay, say, $50 more a year. That is correct. Yeah, but I think whether this is the right amount of contribution to help the struggling businesses in the underdeveloped properties, I think that is a question, how should I say, it's kind of like a trade-off in a way.
Okay, and then would you say in terms of where we are, this would be the second year in terms of this program, would you say this is similar to the implementation with the EHT, where inevitably when you have a new tax, you're trying to solve for an issue, but you're trying to work through every eventuality so that we would continue to see refinements, and we're probably a couple more years of potential tweaks in that until we get to sort of the sweet spot of getting this tool optimized?
Absolutely. That's why I know people ask me why I keep calling it a pilot program still in 2024. I think it will be a pilot for a little bit, just because I think every single year we try to stabilize it in the first place, but also making some enhancements. So that's what we're not changing it upside down, inside out in the second year, because we're trying to stabilize it. But aside from that, or in addition to that, we will still continue to work with BC Assessment to refine their data. So assuming that they can refine their data, then we don't need to go through our declaration process to refine their data. So basically, I think things will continue to change depending on how BC Assessment is going to change or improve their data as well, as an example.
Okay, thanks, Grace. And then my last question is around, can you remind me around the time-bound nature of this? If I recall correctly, that this was not intended to be implemented forever. Was there around a 5-year constraint, or that, and if so, what happens to properties that are eligible for a period of time? Because I recall the province did not want to, on the same token, disincent properties from being developed. Is that right?
Yep. So in the legislation, they actually said the province legislated that for those properties that are eligible for this program, they cannot get more than 5 years of relief, because this is really for tenants to have time to respond to the increase in property taxes and have enough time to really either move somewhere else or relocate or do something different. But that being said, depending on the situation, the economy, whether those properties are being developed, I don't think it is an absolute no-go going back to the province to maybe ask for an amendment of some sort. But I think right now, because it's such a new program, the province is not going to change the legislation unless and until we really test it out to see if the 5-year limit is a detriment to the properties or not.
Okay, that's fair. And fair to say, too, that tenants don't have the control of the property development piece in the same way the landlord does.
Yep, correct.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. I have 2 questions. I want to first echo all the appreciation from my colleagues. So, really appreciate Grace and your team for this. I think City of Vancouver, again, showed the leadership in the province in implementing this program. Question, so I think the idea is really for the landlord to tell the tenant regarding the reduction for property tax, and hopefully there will be some reduction for their rent. So other than the declaration form, anything else we can do to make sure that really happened, but not going to the landlord's pocket?
You mean the savings?
Yeah, the reduction, the property tax reduction.
My understanding is that for property tax, it's always between the city, the taxing authority, and the property owner. And in the declaration, we did say that you have committed to let your tenant know if you get savings from here, and and there's a penalty. If you fail to do that, basically you can be penalized for up to $10,000. So we actually put it in the declaration form. And on top of that, how tax savings or tax being allocated among the tenants within a building is really dependent on the lease agreement. So if, hypothetically, if any landlord choose not to pass on the savings, they will be breaking their lease agreement, because for triple net leases, supposedly they should be passing on whatever we are taxing them, and they're basically allocating the tax burden among their tenants. If they're holding back the savings, my personal belief is that I think they're already breaking and not following through on their lease agreement. So I think that is a contractual kind of default.
Okay, so for the lease agreements, it's between the landlord and tenants. Yeah. Nothing we can do. But for the declaration form, do we do any enforcement?
We will be doing audit for sure going forward. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. And the other question is, for this year's implementation, there's still some people from the cultural community. They reach out to me and they don't understand the declaration form because there's no other language translation. So what is our plan for the new year's implementation? Make sure we reach out to the multicultural community and make sure.
Yes, in the meeting just right before this presentation, we communicated to communications, in particular about the language barrier, that kind of thing. So we are working together with on a strategy just to make sure that people understand regardless of language barrier, they know that this is an important notification. If they have any question, we will have all the channels for them to kind of reach out to us, and we'll walk them through. So yeah, that one will make sure that that's going to happen.
Perfect. Really looking forward to see that. Thank you, Grace. Okay, so now we're going to hear from the public. Okay. The first registered speaker is Andrea on the phone. Is Andrea on the phone? Yep. Okay, no problem.
Speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Okay, so we're gonna circle back, no problem. Speaker number 2, Charles Spong. Is Charles here in person? Thanks, Charles. Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I have a bit of a presentation. I'm not sure who orchestrates that. You? Okay, I'll go ahead. Great, thank you. I'm Charles Spong, and I'm a trustee with the Vancouver Oddfellows. And next. The objective of my little talk here is to talk about changing the way you approach mixed class. Currently, businesses in Class 6 are eligible for relief, and nonprofits Class 8 are eligible for relief, but properties that are 6 and 8, which I imagine are quite rare, are not eligible. So our objective, next. Thank you. Our objective is that the city allow the Oddfellows mixed class property, Class 6 plus Class 8, be considered for tax relief. Next. A little background. The Oddfellows is, the men and women of the Oddfellows own a old building, 100 years old. We are a registered nonprofit society, Class 6. We're in Vancouver 8th and Granville area, so we're in that zone where the subway is. Next, we have fundraising activities and charitable donations to many, many worthwhile causes in the city. That's what we do. We are in a partnership agreement next with the city of Vancouver, operating a warming center for the homeless. Next. We also have the Three Links Foundation, which is a registered charity domiciled at our location that currently operates food programs for the homeless. At the same time, 44% of our property is rented out to on a triple net basis to a small business. It's a martial arts studio that offers after-school programs for kids and summer classes and so on. The Heritage Hall is a rare bird in the sense it's a 100-year-old wood building. It has a natural sprung floor. It has wool between the floors, so if you're a dancer, it gives you that sprung feel. And it's used as a performance space and a venue for community events. Long-term implications. The property taxes are very high for us. We're not a big volume business. It's a burden for us. It's really untenable for us as a nonprofit and for our small business tenant. We can't really afford the government taxes that are imposed. In the long term, we can't afford it. Next, without relief, we're likely going to be forced out of this site. We don't see how we can continue. At the moment, we're just barely breaking even and losing money. The city loses a valuable human, cultural, benevolent, and heritage resource, a family service, and an employer. So my request next is that the city allow the mixed class property, Class 6, Class 8, to be considered for tax relief. So thank you.
Thank you, Charles. The next speaker is John Craver. Is John here in person? Hey, John. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, fancy. Hello, everyone. My name is John Craver. I'm one of the directors of the Vancouver Hackspace Society. We're a 100% volunteer-run and funded nonprofit community workshop in East Vancouver for the past 15 years, and we support the Development Potential Relief Program. Let me tell you a little bit about the Hackspace. Our mission is to provide a physical space where hackers, computer geeks, engineers, electronic circuit benders, crafters, and other creative types can gather and share ideas, knowledge, equipment, opinions in a friendly and collaborative atmosphere. We provide a lot of great benefits to our community and to the city. We aim to be a socially equitable and accessible organization, trying to remove as many barriers, including financial barriers, as possible to empower members to learn and explore in an environment full of lots of great and high-tech tools. Foster self-education, experimenting, constantly strive to improve and better itself. We're involved in a lot of outreach in the neighborhood. Eastside Culture Crawl, we have 9 artists participating. We've recently run toy hacking workshops through the Neil Squire Society. We hosted those events. We participate in Commercial Drive Car Free Day. We run a Learn How to Solder an Electronic Circuit workshop that hundreds of people have participated in. And in addition to our physical space, we actually have a lot of great partnerships with other organizations. One that you guys may know is the Vancouver Emergency Telecommunications Organization, Vector, which has access to our space and tools and electronic parts to work on emergency radios and equipment, which is making a direct contribution in volunteer time and resources to the city. Other organizations like Makers Making Change, the Pacific Woodworkers Guild, we've shared our space and tools with. So why do we as a nonprofit organization support the development potential reduction plan? Since a big part of our mission is to provide a physical workshop space, our facility is our biggest operating expense. About 80% of our operating expenses are rent. Property taxes actually work out to nearly 25% of our annual expenses. So why do we pay property taxes as a nonprofit? Because we're renting. So how can us as an occupier of a property not eligible for the statutory exemption that other nonprofits get, how can we close that gap? 50% is a huge help. So we support this proposal, this program. But if we can do 100%, that would be even better. Close that gap. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Perfect timing. Thank you. This is end of our speakers list. So I'm now going to go back to the first one. Andrea, is Andrea on the line?
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, that concludes our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to council. Okay, so moved by Councillor Kirby, second by Councillor Montague. Is there any discussion, council? Councillor Dominado, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wishing to ask a question to staff through you, just in light of the speakers who spoke, particularly in the context of the Oddfellows organization. Could they just comment on that? Were they able or recipients of benefiting from the program this year, or is it something where can you just, are you aware of this concern?
Yes, we are. We are, and the key thing is really about the eligibility criteria is based on the provincial criteria, because as I mentioned in the PowerPoint, basically if it is a split class property, unless it is split class between residential and commercial, then they're excluded. So I think this situation is unfortunate because it's split class between commercial and nonprofit. So this is something that we can relate back to the province, and if they are willing and able to change their legislative criteria, then this could be considered. Otherwise, it is out of council's jurisdiction to include.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, and that will likely bring that feedback forward. I think that's really helpful, and appreciate sort of having these concrete examples, particularly from the speakers. And I do know the hack space as well. I've been there. I'm going to come off the queue and I'll make some comments after others. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just really wanted to thank staff for the work on this program. I know that the second year will be better than the first. We advocated for years for split tax assessment. And then we got that one interim tool, if people will recall, and I don't think a single municipality in the province of BC actually used it. And then we got this one in a very, very short period of time after staff were, I should say, diligent participants in the opportunities to dialogue with the province around this and implemented sort of in record time. And so I think our first year was pretty great in the short period of time that we had. We knew that it didn't cover everybody. We're continuing to expand now. I really appreciate the feedback and Councillor Dominato raising the question. And I understand the advocacy from the nonprofits and the other groups, and certainly that's something that we can take back. But this is, I think, progressive improvement and a move forward. And so any of that feedback kind of helps us to try to either refine the program where we can within the city's ability or advocate within the provincial authority in terms of the sort of additional positive categories that could potentially be considered. But I'm happy to support it because I think it's a move in the right direction. We still know it's incredibly, just same with housing, right? Land is expensive in the city of Vancouver, and it's very difficult for the arts and culture groups and those folks that we really want to stay in the city to survive. So if any sort of little bit of help we can provide is a significant one, and I just really appreciate the work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. Clerk, I'm not sure if that's the arrows. Councillor Dominato, are you on the line or?
I am. I'm on the queue to
Okay,
speak.
please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll echo the comments of my colleague, Councillor Kirby Young, in that there has been many years of advocacy around the space of highest and best use and the implications for many of our property owners, but particularly our small businesses in that context. And so we were very pleased to see this tool come forward from the province. And I understand we're the only ones that have leveraged it so far, but that was in part because we knew there was such a great need in the city. And it was, compelling to see some of those numbers shared today, that more than 1,000 properties benefited from some tax relief through this program. And I think staff deserve some great accolades in pulling this together so quickly, but also being very responsive to our feedback. So over the course of the year, I brought an example to staff, and there were some examples shared today where you did have a warehouse space that wasn't being used for warehouse space, but in the case that I brought, it was predominantly arts theater groups. The 90% of the space is being used by them, but they weren't able to access that relief. But now that will be changed for the future. And so I just want to acknowledge that what we're seeing today is a really quick turnaround around. We've implemented a program, we're testing it out, we've received feedback, we're adjusting, we're making it better, we're making improvements, and that is really fantastic policy work. And I also want to acknowledge how important the small business community is to the City of Vancouver. It is Small Business Week this week, and that this was really driven by that desire to support our local businesses, who are really the backbone of the local economy, and they're critical employers. And so just to say thanks very much for the work on this, and look forward to the next year's program, and just a great level of appreciation coming from me on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Clausen.
Again, I'm adding on to the accolades here, but I also would like to acknowledge that it is Small Business Week in British Columbia, and I, as a former BC director for the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, I have a soft spot for the advocacy of groups and also the groups and the businesses that they represent across our city. I just have one sort of further thought, and through you to the city manager, Chair. I feel like we were here the beneficiaries to some extent of the work to get this legislation through the provincial government last year. And I think it would be, I don't think we do sometimes a great job of telling our own story. And I think this is a great story of both a collaboration, intergovernmental collaboration, but also a real on the ground benefit to small businesses and to not-for-profits and the types of organizations that we really want to thrive in the city. So I might just suggest that not only that we emphasize some communications, perhaps some storytelling around the implementation of the DPRP and what it means for small businesses, possibly identifying some stakeholders who can speak to that. But I would also recommend perhaps a letter to the provincial government, specifically Brenda Bailey from the Jobs Economic Development Ministry, and just let them know of our success on this one, and just thanking both the province for making the legislation that made this program possible, but also to make other municipalities across British Columbia aware of this success and our willingness to share that information. Thanks.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Appreciate that. We did do some communication last year, certainly when we rolled it out, but I think it's something we can take away as well and think about, work with the communications around how we continue to promote the program. Take the point too around acknowledging the support of the province. It took us a long time to get them there, but they did come through with a program that I think has shown that it can work. So yeah, we'll take both of those thoughts away. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Boyle.
I'll just really briefly also add my thanks to staff for the continued work in adapting and listening and learning on this so that we keep getting it right. And to the two speakers who came in today, it really is nice to hear from your voices in person. The Oddfellows space is so valuable. Particularly, I hear stories of the warming shelter and what a welcoming place it is for people to come into, and the hack space is, I know, a beloved institution in the neighborhood I also call home. So really helpful to hear as we continue to adapt it, the gaps and the places where we need to keep working to make sure that it's working for real on the ground building. So appreciate that time and all the hundreds, thousands of hours that staff put in to get it here.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, now I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. Council, please register your vote. Okay, so this report does pass unanimously with Councillor Bligh, Councillor Fry, and Mayor Sin absent. Thanks, everyone. All right, so that concludes report 3 on the agenda. Report 4 was on consent. We are now going to go to the report number 5. Provincial growing community funds allocation to temporary plazas, turf field at Mobley Park and Spree Park and at Ross Park. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, so Council, now you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Are there any questions? Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, we're just confirming quorum.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stop your timer. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Okay, thank you. First question, which is in terms of park board facilities, does the park board itself conduct consultation with the public around the addition of new facilities, those kinds of things?
Great. I'm going to ask Tina Mack, who's here from the park board, to answer that question.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tina Mack, Director of Planning and Park Development at the Park Board. Yes, absolutely. When we are proposing new facilities, there is engagement with stakeholders, the community, as well as participation from the host nations if there's an interest on their side. For this particular topic, the Park Board staff team is currently engaging with the Sunset community about a range of outdoor amenities as directed by the Park Board in their May 29th motion to Park Board staff to do so. That doesn't include questions about interest in sports fields in this neighborhood.
Great, okay. Now, my understanding is that there is a turf field that has been already engaged on at Churchill. Can you tell me that it's about 2 kilometers or so, something like that, from the one that's talked about in this motion, Moberly. Did the Churchill turf field go through that public engagement, and has the park board? Yeah, so let's start with that.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr. Thank you very much for the question about the Churchill Secondary School opportunity for a synthetic turf field. So we've done some interior scoping for that a few years ago, and the former park board made a motion to direct staff to build a synthetic turf field at that location. There has been some limited engagement with stakeholders, as well as engagement through the ongoing sport field strategy, which is scheduled to complete next year. We haven't done local engagement around that. We've had discussions with the Vancouver School Board as well. That project lacks funding at this time, and so staff are not proceeding on it yet with respect to detailed design and construction.
But it was already a decision of the last park board to proceed. Okay, so
Correct.
after the park board has conducted, first of all, I'm understanding that the park board makes this decision about going out and consulting with the public on things. And after that, our decisions around park board facilities, park board decisions. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and in terms of budgeting, does the park board develop budgets and then include those budget requests in its submissions to our annual, through our annual budgeting process?
Thank you for the question. I'll attempt to answer, and then I may defer to the General Manager, Patrice, to elaborate. So the Park Board submits its budgets to City Council for approval at budget time.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you.
No other comments? That's great. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I also had a question about the park board. Just curious, my understanding is there is engagement, community engagement underway about the turf field at Moberly Park. Is that?
Yep, thank you very much, Councillor, for the question. We are doing a engagement throughout the Sunset community on a range of ideas for parks as directed. So we are including information and asking for comment on opportunities for synthetic turf field at Moberly Park or at other locations. We're not targeting the neighborhood around that park specifically with a detailed ask about that. It is an engagement of the Sunset community on a whole through a range of venues.
What's the timeline on that engagement?
So we are just rounding our final steps. We started on Canada Day, ran some events over the summer, had some pop-ups in parks and at other events, have had meetings with the Field Sport Federation, seniors groups, and the neighborhood houses. We are actually just wrapping that up through a kind of independent statistical survey, and staff are targeting a report back to the park board at their December 11th meeting, and anticipate writing a report that seeks a decision on the Moberly Park turf field.
Okay, so I actually don't know if this is a question for you or Patrice, but I'm curious what happens. The process seems out of line here, and so I'm trying to wrap my head around if council approves funding for specific projects, but actually it's park board's jurisdiction to make those allocations and come back to council with them. What happens if you're wrapping up engagement and we say we want to fund these things and it's not the same things as what comes back in the park board's engagement?
Well, I assume I'll attempt to answer that. There'll have to be further discussion. I assume that we'll need a decision here from you as a majority, and the park board would have to align with that.
Yes, I will add to that. Right now, what you're being asked to do is allocate funds from the Growing Communities Fund. If it comes back, we're not actually developing the specific budget. So in the case of the plazas, you're being asked to approve a budget. That project will then move ahead. We would need to come back with specific projects for council to approve the budget for the project. So this is approving the allocation, so it doesn't go to anything else. You set that and given that information to parks. So if parks choose not to do those projects, in this case, you haven't approved a budget, and so the budget, what would probably come back is we would ask if you'd like to reallocate the funds at all. Right? So right now, for the park projects, to be clear, you're being asked to allocate funds from the growing community for that project. but the project isn't going to be initiated until a budget comes through, and that would be after the engagement processes with parks. Whereas on the plazas, that's ready to move ahead, so you're being asked to do the budget now, and then it will move ahead.
Okay, the
Does
Plaza
that
Park
help? It
feels
is a little bit
clear.
odd because you're approving an allocation from a fund, not a budget, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Two
and
steps.
not, the request isn't actually coming from the park board yet. We're
Yes.
just sort of earmarking it.
Yes.
Or, so would it be fair to, for me to, I guess I'm trying to understand, are we specifically saying, here's some money, it's gonna go to this project, kind of whether or not the park board wants it, or we're just earmarking some funds for this project that could, if the park board consultation says, actually, we want the turf field here instead, or actually we want this or that instead, those funds are earmarked and council could then pivot and make sure they're going toward the park board.
When council actually does the budget, that's when you'll actually give the approval for the project, so you could make a change at that time.
That's
if you
the
didn't agree with how the
December-
allocation was being, being used.
That's the December 12th budget,
No, when
the capital.
this will probably be coming forward in the new year, once all of that work is done. So whenever the work is done, it would come through either through the quarterly capital adjustments or through in a separate report if the timing doesn't work to fit in with one of the quarterly adjustments.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
still.
it is a little bit out. Generally, parks would bring things forward, and we would follow that route. In this case,
is not the usual
council
process.
identified the funds to be held for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate those answers. Thanks.
So maybe if I could just jump in as well, because this is unusual, although it's not, it is council's jurisdiction here. So there is a provincial grant that has been allocated. I think, Councillor, you referred to the term earmarking. I think that's in essence what you're doing. Council would be setting aside some $10 million out of that grant for a specified purpose, which are indicated, the synthetic turf field and the spray park. Yes, ultimately it's park board's decision to proceed with those projects or not. So council can't build the projects, but you can say there's money here for these projects. If park board comes back and says we don't want to build those, then yeah, that decision would come back to council to reallocate those funds.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of other follow-up questions. In terms of synthetic turf fields, what are the different, how are they used? I mean, I've heard that they are destination fields, that there are rentals. It's not the same as a community park or field. Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, thank you very much for that question. So synthetic turf fields, they represent a substantial investment in our community. They are permitted for use only, so working with our recreational team, they arrange for permits, sometimes at a fee for use of those fields. They do provide an increase of 3,000 playable hours per year as compared to a grass field, which is great given the growth of sport and the growth of the population in our community. I don't know if that answers your question, or do you have any others?
Yeah. So, but it is a different kind of use. There's sports fields, permitted sports fields.
Yes, we have grass fields that are permitted in the same way and are not as widely available for just general public use. However, synthetic turf fields in particular are for permitted use only. They're not free and open to play for all.
Got it. Okay, the Ross Park spray park, that has gone through public consultation. Is it, I'm just questioning.
I think, Councillor Carr, thank you for the follow-up question. So the Ross Park Spray Park is part of that overall sunset engagement package that I mentioned previously, and there seems to be a good amount of interest in that, as there tends to be for water spray parks.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. There's no registered speaker for this item. Would like someone to move to the motion for this? Moved by Councillor Kirby, second by Councillor Meissner. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yes, Councillor, sorry. I have submitted an amendment.
Okay, so let me move you to the amendment queue. Okay. Can you add yourself there? Perfect. Please go ahead.
Yeah, great. So my amendment, which I did circulate to all of you this morning and also gave hard copies out, highlighting it, really clarifies the jurisdictional issues here. I really think that we need to respect the elected body of the park board and make sure that we're not overstepping our own authority. They do the public consultations on which types of fields and park board services are preferred by the public under their jurisdiction. They develop the plans. They develop the finances or the financial package, the budgets, and submit that as part of park board budget to the city overall budgeting process. And so the two changes I've suggested is that they are in the process around Ross Park, Spray Park, but they have not gone through a public engagement process around the turf field at Moberly Park that is suggested in this motion. So I have added the language subject to park board approval after public engagement. So we're clear about the process and making sure we don't circumvent that process or the duly elected park board's authority. And then in C, I have, instead of council directing staff to report back with scope and detailed costing, it's not clear which staff. It should be park board staff. They are the ones that develop the budget. So request, and we're not directing them, we're requesting, they are an elected body, requesting that the park board report back with scope and detailed costing information of those two projects that have been listed, the turf field and the spray park, if approved by park board. So again, making sure we are not, I think we would be pretty unhappy if some other authority decided to come in at the council level and say, well, this is what we've got money for and this is what we want to spend it on, even though it's under your jurisdiction. So those are my two amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just to say, I'm happy to support this. I think it's a nice balance of continuing to move this Growing Communities Fund forward and making sure we're doing that in good balance with the park board, and also honoring all of the voices that contribute to the public engagement that the park board is doing right now. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Oh, sorry, we need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councillor Boyle. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm not going to call a vote. Clerk, please move us to the voting screen. Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, so this amendment does failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby Dominado, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klaas, and Councillor Meister in opposition, and Councillor Bligh, Councillor Fry, and Mayor Sin absent. So now we're going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Carr?
Yeah. Well, to say that I am disappointed is an understatement. I really think that there needs to be a respect for the duly elected park board commissioners and the park board and their role. Yeah, I'm.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also found that weird, and I'm trying to understand it, having not heard from anyone why we wouldn't support working alongside the park board on this. And I do appreciate...
I have a point of procedure.
Yes, please, Councillor Kirby.
Do we just complete the vote? What is the opportunity procedurally for councillors to speak now? Are we not on to the next item of business?
Yeah. We voted on an amendment, and now we're back on the main
We're back on the main motion?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify.
I appreciate staff's clarity that while this is not the usual process, that these decisions will still come back to council for final votes after informing or being informed by the decisions that are made by the elected park board and the engagement that they are involved in. So I certainly am happy to see us earmarking funds to support more outdoor rec and public spaces in Sunset and across South Vancouver. We know how important those are. I don't feel great about this weird process where we're deciding where those funds should go ahead of engagement in the park board, but I am supportive of the broad question of earmarking growing community funds to those types of outdoor projects. So I will support it for that reason, and I'm just disappointed we're not doing it in a way that better engages with the public input and with the park board.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to first of all thank staff for all the work they did in terms of providing this update and clarity around the Growing Communities Fund. I know that when this was originally tabled on the floor earlier for discussion, it was a way for us to really and essentially kind of right or wrong when it comes to South Vancouver, who have been shorted on a lot of community amenities and opportunities like these in the past. And so, you know, this council, I think, deeply understands the need to support the South Vancouver neighborhoods. This turf field, this splash pad are going to be fantastic amenities. I mean, just think about the really warm, dry summer that we had over this past year, and to all the refreshing cool that a splash pad will bring. Kids won't have to get on a bus and go to another municipality because something like that doesn't exist in their neighborhood. It'll be right there in South Vancouver. And then that turf field too, we know that it'll be a great attraction for a lot of people. And I know that the work is ongoing with Park Board to speak to the community. And by the time we finalize I think the work we have to do on our end, that work will be complete, and we'll be able to move forward ideally with getting this fantastic field as an important community amenity in South Vancouver, to have people outdoors in these fantastic competitions that'll be happening throughout the year. So I'm very pleased to move forward and support the recommendations from staff.
Thank you, Councillor Claassen. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, so I am really disappointed in this council, and I will say that it's a particular disappointment, given that I have heard councillors, including especially Councillor Kirby Young, who had been a Park Board Commissioner, speak of the importance of making sure we honor and respect the role of the Park Board. So it comes, you know, as I say, as a grave disappointment and for the decision that was reached around my amendment. I can't vote yes. I can't vote yes because I really believe we are overstepping our authority on this, and I really believe in that democratic process of enabling the park, not enabling, just respecting the Park Board's decision-making authority. And I don't want to vote no, because I think that in the end, the allocation of money, you know, in a significant amount to help these community services go forward is important. I have, however, also some grave concern over the potential that there might be two turf fields near each other, Moberly and Churchill, and the reason is they are used in very different ways. I absolutely believe in organized sport and the need of turf fields. My father was a renowned soccer player in this city, and my brother played extensively as soccer. So the use of those fields is important, but it does take away the opportunity for a much more relaxed and informal use of fields at the community level by non-organized sports teams, and even organized sports teams, but not necessarily at the highest level. So, you know, I think that I just think that I can't, as I say, can't just wholeheartedly support this. I've, due to the process, my respect for the Park Board and their authority, and the importance I place on making sure there was a variety of recreational opportunities for families and children in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad that Councillor Carr raised my past experience as a park board commissioner and chair of the park board. And not only did I have the chance to serve on the park board and get some deep insight into sort of the community budgeting process, but I also served as the liaison to the Sunset Community Center and spent many evenings at very robust conversations. It was a very active board. I see some of the park board staff nodding. They're really engaged, and I can support this wholeheartedly, knowing for years we have heard how underserved South Vancouver is. And in fact, this is a great opportunity because this council unanimously supported the motion on South Vancouver in terms of acknowledging that this is an area of our city in the southeast quadrant that has historically been underinvested in. And this is an actual tangible opportunity for us to move forward on that. There's a lot of study that was done back in my time on the park board. I can think back to studies with respects to the turf field strategies, the lack of those facilities. I can think of studies that were done on the benefits of synthetic turf versus natural grass versus another product. I learned far more about turf than I probably ever thought I would. The staff will probably come up with the word, I forget what it was, but this additional that's supposed to be a more environmental sustainably sort of pellet from idea that I think Bowen Island had trialed, think it was greener, but they ended up with mud pits in terms of use. And so it just didn't provide the balance between the environmental benefit and giving the hours of play that underserved kids could actually support. And I think we've known how many families there are in this neighborhood, multi-generational households, and how typically have been underinvested. We heard when we were doing the band splash strategy, for example, around pools that, Sunset had lost their outdoor pool years ago. We often hear Minister Sajan that talks about that's where he learned to swim, and all of those things that the few amenities that South Van had that were taken away, and then they gradually fell further and further behind the rest of the city. So I have no qualms about really feeling solid about the need for this. And I think as the city manager eloquently explained, this is council setting aside a funding envelope. It will still be built into the budget that will come forward to Park Board, and which council has jurisdiction over also in terms of approving or rejecting. And I'm very familiar with that construct as well. So I think that this is a tangible demonstration to the community who have been asking for these amendments for so long. And for anybody that has spent a chunk of time in South Vancouver, and I always feel really enjoy visiting the community there, you can't understate how well used these two destinations are. Like, these are actually the hubs and the heart and souls of the community for the families, for the youth, for kids to positively gather. We heard today, as we're digesting that big nugget around the youth violence prevention strategy about the importance of getting kids involved in sports, and they want to come together and play here. And so to have robust, high quality facilities makes a whole lot of sense. We're about to hold FIFA in 2026. I think how that can inspire kids that are coming forward. So I can't think of a better well, I mean, I could continue to go on, but there's just a multitude of reasons, I think, to support this and get going on it. So I am wholeheartedly enthusiastic, I should say, about supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. Seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and Councillor, please register your vote on the voting panel. Just to be clear, we are voting on the main report. Yeah. Okay, so this report does pass with Councillor Carr abstain, Councillor Bligh, and Councillor Fly in absent. Okay, thanks everyone. That concludes report 5 on the agenda. Report 6 was on consent. So now we're gonna go to the members' motion. The first motion on the item is request for leave of absence. We have the following request. Councillor Bligh for civic business on October 26, 2023, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Councillor Fry for civic business on October 26, 2023, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Councillor Dominado for civic business on October 18, 2023, from 9:15 to 11:15 a.m. from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. and on November 1st, 2023, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And on November 2nd, 2023, from 6:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. And Councillor Kirby for civic business on October 18, 2023, from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. and all day on October 31st, 2023. Do we have a mover for this item? Moved by Councillor Claassen, second by Councillor Boyle. Council, is there any discussion? All in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, that concludes motion 1 on the agenda. Okay, the next item on the agenda is motion 2, preserving Vancouver's leadership in creative, climate, and clean tech sectors and strengthening the local economic development, and is moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle. Council member may not ask question of the mover. Councillor Boyle, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks so much. I'll be brief in introducing it. I think the content of the motion speaks for itself, but want to emphasize that Vancouver for the last couple of decades has been and really grown as a leader in creative work, in climate and clean tech sectors. That's been a key part of our local economic development and has given local companies a real advantage because of our reputation on that front. That's work I think we absolutely shouldn't be leaving behind as we see the closure of the Vancouver Economic Commission and move to an in-house model. And so this motion asks 2 things. It asks that we ensure that we don't lose those important partnerships and lessons, and that we find ways to bring that in-house and continue to take advantage of that competitive competitive learning that we have, as well as asks that we add more focus on small and local businesses, which I and I'm sure others have heard was felt as a gap in the Vancouver Economic Commission model, but which we know is both an incredibly important part of local economic development and also a really important part of what makes our neighborhoods so special across the city.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Carr. And we do have a registered speaker for this motion. So we're going to hear the first one on the speakers list. Wesley Sean Reagan. Is Wesley here on the phone?
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Wesley, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, or rather good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Council. My name is Wes Regan, and I am pleased to speak in support of the motion made by Councillor Boyle. I'm a PhD student at UBC, where my research focuses on issues of trust and distrust between governments and publics, and the ways in which the spread of misinformation is impacting the work that local governments do. But it's my previous experience as community economic development planner with the City of Vancouver and also past director of SFU Community Economic Development Program that informs my opinion today. And I just think that the decision to obviously do away with a civic institution that's been around for 30-odd years was, I'm certain, not taken lightly by this council. But it appears that so far it's kind of, I think, caught a few of us off guard who have worked in community economic development for a number of years. And so a bit of clarity about really where we go from here in terms of the city's vision for economic development, I think would do a lot of good. And this motion really presents an opportunity to engage with those post-secondary institutions who are really, teaching the innovators and entrepreneurs of tomorrow, civic leaders who are going to be growing into these, positions with different types of nonprofits, business improvement associations. I myself was an ED of one of the BIAs many years ago, and I even served as chair of the Vancouver BIA Partnership Economic Development Committee that we had. So I think, some type of process to engage with the business community, the different sectors and institutions that have all been involved in the work of economic development would really show leadership by this council and would really clarify, I think, what the intention is from here on in terms of the city's economic development priorities. Because I think just with the information we've been given so far, it seems unclear really what problem this is ultimately solving, and even less so, really what this council's vision for economic development is, in the years ahead. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that there's some institutional knowledge in the team at Vancouver Economic Commission that has really been instrumental in positioning Vancouver really as out in front in terms of a lot of the work around economic development and sustainability, the creative sector, high tech, all these different industries, that we've become renowned for here. And so far, to me, it's really unclear, and I think a lot of others would agree, it's really unclear if those sorts of sectors are going to continue to be prioritized in the work of this new unit, or if this is simply going to render the team into a permit expediting facilitation, type of outfit. And the city previously has seen efforts to do that with the Commercial Renovation Center and other types of initiatives.
Wesley, we are at time.
Great.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That's really all. A process is good, and I hope that others today will speak in support of Councillor Boyle's motion. I'm happy to answer any other further questions.
We are over time already. 30 seconds over already. Thank you. Okay, so number second is Stephen Johnston. Is Stephen here in person? Yeah, hi, Stephen. Hi, please come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes whenever you are ready.
Great, thank you. Mayor and Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Steve Johnston. I'm the Executive Director of Community Impact Real Estate Society. We're an organization dedicated to fostering vibrant, equitable, and inclusive local economies in Vancouver. I've been working in the field of economic development now for 20 years in two of Canada's most challenged neighborhoods, Toronto's Regent Park and Vancouver's downtown east side, and come to this conversation, I think, with the depth of a practical professional experience on what local economic development means. I'm here today in support of Councillor Boyle's motion, particularly the elements that address strengthening local economic development. As Vancouver transitions from the VEC to a new proposed business and economy office, it's essential we prioritize place-based community economic development in addition to working with groups like Invest Vancouver, Frontier Collective, and other bodies that are designed to attract foreign business to the city of Vancouver. In the past, attracting new business to the city has come at the expense of developing and implementing local plans, specifically plans that lift up neighborhoods and celebrate small business people, the bedrock, I think, of our city's economic foundation. We have right now a moment where, as a city, we can think big, and I encourage us to think local. Let's build strong, vibrant communities that provide opportunities for all residents. Let's build the city people want to relocate to. It's really hard to attract business to a city with rows of shuttered high street storefronts. Almost impossible. There's no incentive. Views and vibes aren't enough. We've got mountains, we've got recreation, we have a lot going for us. But you just have to wander Granville Street and take a look at the number of closed businesses. You just have to go into Point Grey and other communities and look at the wave of closures we have on our high streets. There's no incentive to draw companies here right now because they're not communities that offer their employees places to work, to shop, to dine, to socialize. So I would strongly encourage us to take that into account and think locally. Organizations like Community Impact Real Estate, the BIAs, and even Local BC, we all have a depth of knowledge to support and advise the new Business Economy Office. I encourage you to work together with us. Let's build a resilient and diverse world-class local economy so we can all collectively grow and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for speaking at council. The third one on the list, Rowan, gentleman, Sylvester. Is Rowan here on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Rowan. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for having me back here today. My name is Rowan Gentleman Sylvester, and I am the Executive Director of City Hive. I'm here this afternoon speaking on behalf of City Hive and our close partners, the Youth Climate Corps and Global Shapers Vancouver Hub. Today, we are here to speak in support of this motion to preserve Vancouver's leadership in the creative, climate, and clean tech sectors and strengthen local economic development. Our organizations collectively work with thousands of young people each year to support their civic literacy, climate action skills, and to provide them with connections and opportunities to access meaningful employment in Vancouver. Last month, City Hive and our partners co-published a joint statement expressing our disappointment that the City of Vancouver had announced the dissolution of the Vancouver Economic Commission. We're excited today to see this motion as a very important next step to carry forward their mandate and priorities within the new Business and Economy Office. Over the past 5 years, the City, through the VEC, has been a much valued partner, showing a strong commitment to empowering young people to be agents of change. We've often relied on the VEC's partnership, advice, reports, and network to support our programs and work. It's important to realize that young people, very much including young professionals, workers, and services that you get to engage with every day, really do care about issues like climate and having jobs that are supporting a green economy. Surveys and focus groups and assessments of the issues that matter most to young people, including City Hive's recent What Youth Want report, all tell us that climate change is one of the most important issues to youth. Additionally, we're hearing more and more that young people want to be working in jobs and sectors that prioritize a just and green transition and are thinking creatively about how they can bring these conversations into the different sectors they work in. We see the city having a really integral role in connecting, supporting, and collaborating with local organizations and businesses to create a local economy where everyone, but especially our young and emerging workforce, are encouraged to thrive. Relationships and trust take time to build, and we hope to see the new Business and Economy Office centering relational and reciprocal approaches to economic development as their predecessors have done so diligently. We're eager to see Vancouver continue to be a hub and center of innovation, creativity, and climate action. And as organizations whose missions focus on building engaged, just, and sustainable communities, we're excited by this motion to ensure that the ongoing economic development work of the city continues on the incredible legacy left by the VEC and champions the work of our local, creative, climate, and clean tech sectors, while also prioritizing partnerships and hard-won collaborations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for speaking at the council again today. Number 4 has withdrawn. Number 5 is Louise Schwanz. Is Louise on the line?
Yes, I am, Chair Joe.
Hi, Louise, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Joe and Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you on this motion. My name's Louise Schwartz. I'm co-owner of 3 local green circular innovation businesses, Recycling Alternative, Terraforma Systems, and Regenerative Waste Labs, all focused on sustainable waste management and materials recovery. And we're located in the flats in some of that 4% of remaining industrial land in the city. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. Over our years in business, we have worked along with many other local businesses in numerous ways with the Vancouver Economic Commission, really benefiting from the strong presence and proactive relationship building and convening of collaborations and initiatives they've done in the local business community. So as the co-owner of these 3 businesses, really just wanting to remind Council that as we move to bringing these functions in-house under the Business and Economic Office, that we keep a number of very important elements in mind. And one is that we do not waste time and resources and money in reinventing the wheel, but rather that we really focus on this office, this function, maintaining the current momentum and building upon the progress that has already been achieved through a lot of the relationship building and convening that the Vancouver Economic Commission has already done. And so really looking at how that office is going to draw on and benefit from and lean on the existing resources, the existing progress, the relationships that are already in place. I think it's really important to note that in the emerging innovation economy, which is the climate resilient economy, which is the inclusive economy, which is looking forward towards circular economy and being adaptive, it's not going to be business as usual. So the thought and the proactive kind of approach we need coming out of that office is going to be key in how Vancouver can continue to set itself out in front. And so really, as a business, some of the questions that we have as we bring this function in-house into the Business and Economic Office is, who as a business owner do I speak to at the city now? Who helps us convene? We've been working on a large project called the Green Industrial Innovation District, and Vancouver Economic Commission was very present to that. So I want to ensure that these types of new innovation green circular businesses, we're not going to be losing the momentum because we're going to be we know that circular economy by nature is local. It It's hyper-localized. It's also very adaptive to inclusive green jobs that we can bring into the local economy. So very much in support of keeping these considerations in mind as Council moves forward to bring these functions in-house under the Business and Economic Office. And I support this motion and hope Council will keep those very important elements in mind in terms of maintaining our momentum. We cannot afford to be falling back at this time. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Louis. Number 6 is London Hoyt. Hi, London. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair and Council. My name is Landon Hoyt. I am currently the new and returning Executive Director of the Hastings Crossing Business Improvement Association. I served in the role from 2015 to 2018 and kind of worked with the Binners Project as well in the past, where I've met a number of you. But I've decided to come back because I care about the local economy and specifically in the downtown east side and the work that is going on. So I'm excited to be back in the role and sort of meeting some of you for the first time and working in this space. I was surprised and concerned to learn about the sudden dissolution of the VEC without a clear direction or for locally serving businesses and strategy and investment. I do want to acknowledge that the VEC wasn't perfect, as their mandate was sometimes unclear, and the high-level business sort of industry recruitment efforts that they didn't always align with some of the on-the-ground localized business efforts. While I don't believe that a complete dissolution of the VEC was necessary, I do think there's an opportunity to put our money where our mouth is here and prioritize that place-based planning for local businesses and social enterprises and really focusing on those needs within the new Business and Economy Office. What makes our neighborhoods unique in Vancouver? Likely part of your answer would include that local bakery or pub or cafe or favorite retailer that you go to. In the case of Hastings Crossing, it's Academy Dwello, Center for Swordplay, really unique business that we have, Nemesis Coffee, or the beautiful Squash Eyes Lodge that is run by the Vancouver Native Housing Society that really makes our neighborhood unique. It's about those strong social enterprise atmosphere that we have as well, providing unique employment opportunities for people in the downtown east side. Our neighborhood streets really thrive when they're filled with these local businesses that bring culture and life to our communities. However, these businesses and social enterprises are struggling right now, whether it be from having to respond to the many social issues in our city, to facing the endless red tape when it comes to building a patio, which I just had an extensive meeting about in engineering this morning, or other revenue generating opportunities. So I appreciate Councillor Boyle putting forward this motion, and I'm fully in support of it, to provide that guidance and direction for what this new Business and Economy Office will do, incorporating that strategy for local serving businesses and expressing the urgency to this matter. The VEC played a unique role in Vancouver, helping to establish those countless partnerships and relationships that make our city unique. And we know that Invest Vancouver is playing an important role, but really at that regional level. And the storefronts and the streets are boarded up, as we heard from Steve. Homelessness is increasing. We're facing these ongoing crises, and there's not that day-to-day business office. And so I would hope that the strategy and structure of the new office focuses on this.
We are out of time.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for speaking at Council. Number 7, the last speaker is Michelle Lackey. Please go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm Michelle Lackey, Executive Director of Exchange Intercity, a nonprofit that focuses on community economic development in the downtown east side and fostering an equitable and more inclusive economy. I support Councillor Boyle's motion, as I believe the new Business and Economy Office, how the new Business and Economy Office approaches community economic development will have a direct impact on all of Vancouver's residents. So to help with the success of this new office, I strongly support the inclusion of BIAs, community economic development organizations, social enterprises, similar organizations, to be actively involved and consulted as the office develops its purpose, vision, and goals. Because I think, as you've heard from others, these organizations have deep, relevant insight and experience that will help form the office's community economic development work that will actually lead to economic sustainability, economic innovation, and place-based outcomes. But economic growth is not just about bringing global companies to Vancouver. It's also about investing in supporting in local businesses, whether they're mom and pop shops, they're social enterprises that invest in social and economic outcomes, Vancouver-grown companies. This is the moment for Council to ensure a truly community economic development-based approach to development. Keep a focus on the local economy, including investing in social enterprises and CED as a business strategy to sustain and grow the local economy and create inclusive employment opportunities for many equity-denied and marginalized residents. Let's also not lose the assets of the VEC itself. There's a significant cost to onboarding a new staff and team, let alone the development of new systems and structures for a department, which is often overlooked as a major expense. So we know the VEC team has deep knowledge, stewarded strong relationships, and evolved an acute understanding of networks and innovation that shouldn't be lost, but should be treated as an asset and incorporated into the new office. In addition, VEC, and thus Vancouver, as you heard from Louise Schwartz earlier, was a leader in supporting and fostering innovation in the green and circular economy, which is also a sector that is poised to provide significant low-barrier employment opportunities for equity-denied residents of Vancouver. Ensuring that the new office builds on these green and circular innovations that's already been seeded will create a more inclusive employment arena and lead to increased health outcomes of traditionally marginalized Vancouverites, which also helps meet the city's healthy city strategy outcomes. So I resolutely support the motion, knowing that our strongest assets are often right in front of us, and building on Vancouver's lead in the circular economy and continuing with a community economic development approach will strengthen the livelihoods and well-being of all of Vancouver's residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to Council. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I am very supportive of this. Thank Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward. Very strong, a strong motion that I think is really needed because there's a lot of talk in the general community about what is Vancouver's position now around to kind of work in nurturing that green, circular, sustainable, creative, high-tech economy, which was really the hallmark of the work that the Vancouver Economic Commission did. So the questions, I think this motion will at least clarify that we will continue to prioritize that kind of work. Vancouver is a global leader in this work, and so we want to make sure that our competitive edge is not lost, but that indeed we are clear about strengthening it and recognize the great number of jobs and economic development dollars that have flowed into Vancouver need to hear that affirmation. They still want to invest, I am sure, in Vancouver, but they need to know what the vision of this council is. And if it's not to support those sectors, we could lose out. And that is a big field to lose out. And I just want to remind all of you, too, that we just heard a report earlier today which talked about youth and how 51% of youth have basically climate anxiety. They're extremely worried about their future. And if you are thinking about, where youth want to head, the kind of work they want to see really provide opportunities for them so that they can overcome that eco-anxiety, so that they can feel they are contributing solutions to the existential crisis of our times, which is the climate crisis and what it will do to all of us in terms of our economies and our health and well-being, then we need to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to bring a motion to refer this to staff forward, which I've just emailed in to everybody, and the clerk should have it to put it up.
Let me bring you to the amendment queue. Okay, please add yourself there.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciated the speakers, and I think almost everything they said resonated, and I think that's exactly why this move was taken. The importance of local business in our neighborhoods was mentioned and underscored. The difficulty in getting, I think Landon referenced the difficulty in getting permits and patios and restaurants, the importance of celebrating local business, of incubating in terms of local supports. And so, when I look at the work that staff are undertaking, I really think that that's where the focus is. I'm looking at the press release from September 22nd, which spoke about the fact that key functions of the VEC will be brought under the direct oversight of the Vancouver City Manager's Office, and said the mayor reflecting the immense importance of business support and economic development. The city manager also went on to say, integrating business support functions will help to integrate, because we heard the importance of integrating and that has not always been easy, in a coordinated way. And that we now have Invest Vancouver that will support our economy at a regional level, and this will enable the city to help us focus on the local economy, supporting businesses and complementing our business and attraction work. So I think that staff are well on their way in terms of bringing that in. We've seen incredible success with things like the Film Commission, with sport hosting. We've heard from the BIAs in terms of welcoming this model. Landon himself, obviously a returning BIA there, but really celebrating and supporting those local businesses. So I think it makes sense to let staff carry on with that work, and they can take this in consideration in that transition phase that they're undergoing now. And part of that work will be really defining and providing that clarity for people. Naturally, when there's change, there are questions, and I appreciate that, but this will help to provide, I think they're undertaking that initiative to provide clarity so that people understand how it interfaces, and part of that work is going to be to come back to the community so that they can understand how they can more easily navigate these things, and not having one entity with the VC at arm's length, but having kind of that one-stop shop integrated function at City Hall that, because of the importance, has actually been elevated to sit within the city manager's office and is overseen, I think, ably by one of our deputy city managers. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a seconder for this item. Second by Councillor Montague. Okay, so next one is Councillor Boyle. Please go ahead.
Thanks. As I've said many times at this point, always helpful to get amendments before the moment that they are tabled, in the spirit of collaboration, etc. I won't be supporting this referral, and I want to speak to it on two fronts. In part to say what I wanted to reiterate about the importance of the motion itself, which is that we are seeing, and the motion outlines this, but I'm sure all of us also see this and hear this in the work we do. We are seeing a shift in the global economy as capital and investment look to de-risk in light of increasing climate impacts and costs. Vancouver has been leaders on that front, and now is not the time to fall behind, but leadership requires that we continue to step up. It is our job as an elected council to provide leadership and direction, and I think this referral fails that test.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I will be supporting this a motion to refer. And that's because I've been watching this file very closely since getting sworn in last fall. I remember when we engaged with all of the local BIA leadership. It was at that time that I proposed that we make our meetings recur regularly throughout the year with all of council. So we have another one coming up soon. I just recently spoke to the chair of the BIA's, Tricia Barnes, and she expressed to me how glad she was that she was, through the new Business and Economy Office, was going to finally have, be able to address a key concern of our local BIAs, which was the lack of engagement that they were sort of getting from the city, and that with the new Business and Economy Office, we will definitely be having much stronger ties to our local small businesses. I also listened to my friend Louise Schwartz talk about the need to make sure that we keep the momentum going. I think without question, we're not only going to be able to keep momentum, but we're going to be able to strengthen that engagement instead of being, kind of across the street from where the key decisions of this city government get made. It's going to be right in that office and working very closely both with council, but of course the key leadership in the city. So having that kind of connectedness through the Business and Economy Office will absolutely allow us to continue to support great local entrepreneurs like Louis Schwartz and her partner, and make sure that we have our eye on the ball in terms of being able to support the circular economy, the green economy, among other areas of our local economy. I'm very familiar with our film sector, having worked in it at one time. I'm very familiar with our tech sector, having worked in it at one time. And I know both are so much larger than when I was employed either on film sets or making video games. We have got an amazing local economy that needs the support from really the halls of power, from having the connectedness to the largest city in this region and the largest city on the West Coast, with strong brand recognition and close ties to the Asia Pacific, and as well the western seaboard of the United States, where a lot of large companies exist. I think also one of the things that I've been highly aware of, having worked alongside and supported ministers of finance and ministers of economic development over the last 20 years, is the continuing concern and complaint that we were not working regionally. The City of Vancouver has never really, through Economic Development Commission, done the kind of work that really pushes us past Boundary Road and working collaboratively with other parts of the region. So I think that connection to Invest Vancouver is going to be really key in the success of us, making us a much stronger, having a much clearer set of goals in terms of supporting the local economy. And of course, we do know that the film office, which has been highly successful, is moved already into City Hall here with us. We also know that some of the previous leadership at VEC have now moved over to Invest Vancouver, so they'll be able to continue to bring that that important institutional memory forward as well. So I think that there's so much great work happening that staff are doing, and to have this as a benchmark for them to look at, I think be great. So this is why I think we should support the work that is ongoing currently with the city, and refer this motion upstairs to the city manager's office. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Thank you. Like Councillor Boyle, I won't support the referral because I think that this council should be clear in terms of its support for this. I would hope that this council does support the continuation of a focus in this city of the growing green economy. It is it is focused on sustainability, on tackling the big issues like the climate crisis and the need to shift to renewable energy. But it also supports the creative sector, the clean tech sector, the circular economy. I mean, these are really the areas of the economy that are the hope of the future. So I would hope that you did, and you would support these. I would have preferred to see a yes vote in support of this incredibly important economic vision, but happy to see that you're not feeling it. You're going to at least move it on to the mayor or the senior management office in terms of deputy city manager, and so that's okay. It's better than nothing, and certainly, as I say, I would have preferred a strong vote in support, but appreciate that it's going to at least be considered and part of the decision making going forward.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote. Reminder that the council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote, pursuant to the section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So now we can.
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato. May I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you.
Dominato. And just to be clear, we are voting on referral of this report.
Correct. So a vote in favor, please.
Thank you. Okay, so this referral does pass with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle in opposition, and Councillor Bligh and Councillor Fry are absent. Okay, so that concludes motion 2 on this agenda. The standing. Okay, so the standing committee portion of the meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as the chair to deal with the recommendations and the actions from today's committee meeting. To consider one bylaw and over to the Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting and by one bylaw. Clerk, can we please have a roll call, please?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Boyle, not here. Councillor Fry is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen,
Present.
Councillor Meisner, and Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Now, we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 6 and member motions 1 and 2. Can I please get a...
So moved.
Great, Councillor Dominato, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those
Yay.
opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Bylaws, we have one bylaw on the agenda for enactment. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaw number 1?
I'll move.
Great, thank you, Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? No? Okay. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. A list of the approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting? Great, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
That missed me, right?
Yeah.